Hello everyone! In this module, we will learn network forensic techniques. As you know, I am Alparslan Akyıldız. In this module, we gain capabilities and knowledge to analyze tunneling, phishing, web attacks, remote code execution exploits, ransomwares, malwares, traffic, and more. In this lesson, before we start the lab exercises, I'm gonna give conceptual knowledge and information about network forensic. Network forensic is a critical and crucial stone for detecting anomalies quickly in an infrastructure. First, an analyst should have some capabilities like differentiating normal and abnormal traffic. As you inference from this point, an analyst should have knowledge and experience about red teaming techniques, and he can look the incidents like a hacker. An analyst should think like an adversary. This is the way we recognize abnormal traffic. For implementing and conducting network forensic, threat hunting, or incident response as an analyst, we need to collect and analyze the network data deeply. For this purpose, traffic packet capturing, traffic metadata flow, switch and other devices net flows, endpoint logs, aggregated, collected, correlated, filtered, and analyzed by a high-skill team. Otherwise, there is nothing to inspect or analyze. While I'm giving network forensic lectures at university and give training outside or give incident response consulting to my customers, they said that, okay Alparslan, you teach us how to analyze pcap files very well. And they asked me that how we collect pcap files. Should we collect full packet capture? What about price of full packet capturing? How can we position our sensor in our infrastructure or network? Okay, these are good questions. First, let me calculate the required estimated disk space and price for 100 megabit per second traffic for 3 days. Assume that 100 megabit per second circuit runs with 75% every day. This means 75 megabit per second data flows per second. As we know, 1 byte is 8 bytes. 75 divide 8 operations conclusion for finding out our megabytes needs to store packet capture data for a per second. And we obtain the disk capacity with multiplying 60 twice time and multiply again 24 for calculating per day disk capacity which we need. We obtain 810,000 gigabytes disk space for a day. It's approximately to 1 terabyte disk. For 3 days, multiply it 3 and we need 3 terabyte disks and it costs $100 for us. Good. If your budget is limited, so you can conduct a risk assessment and choose the most critical servers for your system. You can perform full packet capturing over only these servers if you want your choice. Okay. Okay, we can use Bro, Zig, Snort, Suricata with tape devices, Wireshark, TCP dump, Demon Logger, Dumpcamp, zero copy tools for capturing full packets in network. Okay, this is our tools for collecting pcap files. Let's look to presentation. If you are security admin of this network, where do you position your IDS devices? Let's think about it. Because of network address translation implemented network and ACLs, you should position your IDS or capturing devices for network monitoring and collecting log or pcap files. You should position your devices at E, B, G, H points should be used for implementing our solutions. We will investigate how the attackers get from an initial foothold to your data. To get the data, the attacker needs to accelerate data. To accelerate data, the attacker needs to reach the data. It's lateral movement. To move laterally, the attacker needs to coordinate with their foothold, command and control connections. Okay. Before we starting analysis, we need to know these informations and knowledge. We can analyze the whole of the incident or and APT with just inspecting network traffic. We also need endpoint analysis, memory forensic, and disk forensics issues. We can't say the whole attack vector exactly, just inspecting network traffic, because traffic can be encrypted, tunneled, or hidden by using legal services, but good news is that we can still detect the anomalies, and it can be starting point for analyzing incidents. If traffic not encrypted, such as FTP, Telnet, HTTP, SMTP traffic, we have opportunity for describing the exact attack pattern from network traffic, but APT groups use sophisticated methods for hiding their cells. What do we need? Look for at start point. We can analyze and inspect per packet at network traffic as packet by packet. So we should carefully examine conversations, statistics, data frequencies, abnormal outbound traffic increases. We control and investigate the off-hour traffics. It's very important. We should investigate unusual ports, protocols to port mismatches, tunneling like SSH, DNS, ICMP, SSL, HTTP, and data exploration traces in the network traffic. We need some graphics for obtaining top sources of the traffic. Okay, thank you for listening. Hello, welcome to my lesson. My name is Alparslan. In this lesson, we will analyze some protocols like FTP, HTTP, MySQL, and NFS for showing you low-hanging fruits attacks in network, okay? First, we start with FTP traffic. In this traffic, if we follow TCP stream, we can see anonymous login attempt to the FTP server, okay? And attacker successfully login to this FTP server, as you see, okay? Go on with another pcap file. Now I'm filtering HTTP packets like this, and TCP contains exe. Good. Now I can detect an exe file which is transferred over HTTP protocol, okay? Then I'm gonna follow TCP stream, and this is MG, and this is a PE header of the executable file. I'm also detected with this filter TCP contains MG. That's okay. As you see, I can detect the exe file from PE header. Okay, good. Now I'm gonna try to extract the exe file from this pcap with using network miner tool. Okay, it's very easy, drag and drop the file, but it gives this error. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm opening again, and file save as this file http2, and change the format of the pcap file, Wireshark and TCP dump. It's okay. Now I will try again. Drag and drop. Good. And I'm filtering the exe files. As you see, this is our file, and good. It's malicious file. Okay. This file is created with MITRE tool in Kali Linux, and antivirus systems has detected the malicious code. Good. Go on with MySQL connection. Okay. In this connection, passwordless authentication is successfully completed by the attacker, and now I'm filtering the traffic. MySQL response code I'm searching, and this proves the client can successfully connect to the MySQL server. Okay, then follow TCP stream, And as you see, attacker or client execute some databases command like show databases, show tables, okay, and select star asterisk from users, as you see. Good. And MySQL, I'm filtering again. This is request query, as you see, and login request. Login mysql.login underscore request, okay. Now follow TCP stream again. I'm so sorry. MySQL login request, okay. Filter it again. As you see, login username is root. Good. Keep on with NFS pcap file, okay. I'm filtering the NFS packets in my network and access lookup. NFS.access underscore lookup filter shows us these packets and follow TCP stream. As you see, attacker connected the target machine with network file sharing protocol and he retrieved /etc/shadow file, and this file contains the password hashes, as you see, and most probably the attacker is gonna crack these passwords with John the Ripper. Thank you for listening. See you in the next lesson. Hello friends, welcome to my training. I'm Alparslan Akyıldız. In this video lesson, we will analyze simple phishing incidents which implemented over HTTP protocol. Let's start with first pcap file by filtering DNS requests and responses. If you look at the domain name carefully, you can see the attacker tries to trick the victim by adding some characters to the real domain name. The real domain name extension is TV. It's good. Let's filter HTTP traffic for checking existence of stolen credentials. I maybe can find some patterns for creating Suricata rules or Yara rules. I displayed domain names from Resolve Network Addresses tab. Now we can see the communication of the victim and phishing web page. Victim sent GET request to online.php page and victim browsed the fake phishing page, as you see. Let's analyze pcap file with Network Miner tool. Drag and drop. It's so easy thanks to Network Miner. Let's go to the File tab for extracting fake page HTML and PHP files. As you see, we obtained the phishing web page. Let's open it a browser. Good, this is phishing web page. Go Credential tab and check if whether any stolen data exists. Let's continue with PEPA phishing site pcap. Let's browse the DNS packets again. If you look at the domain name carefully, you can see that attacker tries to trick the victim by adding some characters to the real domain name. This is the same tactic before. Let's use Network Miner for extracting phishing files and filtering HTML files and displaying the phishing page. This is the part of phishing page, okay? This is another part of phishing page. Now, I continue my tutorials with another pcap file. Go to Statistic tab and click Protocol Hierarchy. I see SMTP and HTTP traffic predominantly, as you see. Their rate is higher than other protocols. Now I filter SMTP protocol for analyzing SMTP packets. Let's follow TCP stream for displaying content of SMTP packet. As you see, it contains an attachment as work file. In this example, attacker used email spoofing techniques. CEO user mail address doesn't exist. I have decided to put pcap into network miner, drag and drop. It's very easy. I extract the Word document file from pcap file. This is the files. I'm filtering Word documents. I open folder and display the mail content with post application in Windows. I'm using the post application for displaying the mail content like a mail. Good. I will use file name, file size, file content, email content as IOC when I'm reporting the incident. Let's send the file to VirusTotal. As we see, file includes malicious macrocodes, and macrocodes contain PowerShell codes. Let's examine HTTP traffic. Victim sends GET request to process.php, get.php, and news.php for keeping up HTTP connection with C2 attacker box. So I can say that attacker used Empire tool. I analyzed before the network traffic or Empire tool, and I know that this is Empire tool's pattern. Let's go to the last example. Let's filter DNS packets. If you look at domain name carefully, you can see that attacker tries to trick the victim by adding a single A character to the real domain. When we follow HTTP stream, we can see refer web page for this incident. That's all for this video. Thank you for listening. Hello everyone, I'm Alparslan. Welcome to my training. In this lesson, we will learn distinguishing between normal traffic and anormal traffic. The essence of subject. The basis of network forensic is to distinguish between normal and abnormal traffic. For distinguishing, analysts should have deep knowledge and experience about network protocols. Attackers should have red team abilities and know tactics and tools of the black hats. How can we distinguish normal and abnormal traffic? I cannot explain all of network protocols in this presentation. You can research and learn network protocols. Also, you need to know attack patterns. If you know the normal flow sample of a protocol traffic and attack pattern traffic, you can distinguish them. First, this is normal SSL traffic, and normal SSL traffic should contain four-way handshake, okay? First, three-way handshake is completed by the server and client. Then, client sends client hello packets to the server, and server responds it with server hello packet, and premaster secret key is sent by the client, and session key creation is completed, okay? And client finished and server finished message send it between the server and client, and exchange message is completed, and four-way handshake is completed. By the way, in the other picture, four-way handshake is displayed, okay? Let's give an example about it, about the analyzing anormal SSL traffic, okay? Good. I'm opening a pcap file. As you see, this traffic flow established through the 443 port. This is SSL port, but this traffic is not SSL traffic. How can I understand it? I can understand from this traffic doesn't include the four-way handshake. So it's not SSL traffic, okay? I'm gonna follow TCP stream for finding the and extracting the content of the packet, and it's good. As you see, this is a shell. Remote attacker gain a shell from Linux metasploitable bugs, and it's most probably a web shell because the rights of the adversary is www. This is the web user, okay, and he executed netstat command for displaying the open ports and the other port states, and he is checking the packages which are installed in our system. Maybe he's gonna try the privilege escalation. Okay, this is abnormal 443 ports communication. Okay, and it contains a shell communication. Good. Keep on other protocol. Okay. DNS works with DNS request and DNS response, and the traffic flows through UDP 53 port. However, if the packet size is greater than 512 bytes, DNS uses TCP 53 ports such as zone transfer. Okay, you need to see DNS request and DNS response in 53 ports in default, as you know. Let's give an example about it, okay? Turn back to our pcap examples and open a pcap file. Good. As you see, a traffic communication is displayed in the Wireshark through 53 port. Okay, Wireshark displays as DNS traffic, but it isn't. Why? There is no DNS request or response. I can change an unknown operation message is sent by the Wireshark, and this packet unresemble packet. Okay, let's follow TCP streamer packet. As you see, this is a shell connection through DNS port. Okay, an adversary executed netstat command for displaying the port state, and he learned the operating system version, and he's researching the sticky bits for implementing or performing some privilege escalation activities, and he's trying to escalate his privilege by using Nmap interactive specialty, and he's checking the sudoers users for escalating his privilege. Good. Another traffic is SMTP. SMTP should contain hello, mail from, and receive to messages. It also contains email traffic. This picture is given a website. Website's link is given in the below. Okay, you can read it. It's let's give an example about it. Now I'm opening the related pcap file for giving an example about SMTP. Okay, this is 53 port again, and I'm gonna follow TCP stream for finding anomalies. Good. Attacker has gained a reverse shell from victim machine. This is most probably web attack because the attacker has write the web user rights, and he is trying to pass the interactive shell with this command. Keep on analyzing the content of the packet, and attacker execute wget command for downloading pivot C. Okay, this is a VPN client, layer 2 VPN client, and this tool is used for layer 2 VPN pivoting issue. Okay, and if you notice that a VPN connection has been established from compromised machine to command and control server through 25 TCP port. This is normally SMTP default SMTP port, and we can catch the anomalies from this port. Let's examine this port. TCP.port equal 25. what? Okay. TCP.port. I can write. It shouldn't be difficult for us. Okay. If you notice the traffic flow, it's not SMTP traffic, as you know. There is no SMTP message in the traffic. Let's follow TCP stream for inspecting the traffic. Even if traffic is encrypted, we will analyze the process of the attack. Because this traffic is anomaly, we jump to past activities of the adversary in network traffic, and we will analyze them. But we have already analyzed a web shell connection, and we detected a reverse shell in my network, and I'm very lucky because I can find the pivot C command, and pivot C was downloaded by the attacker to the victim site, and I have already know this is VPN connection. Please look at it carefully. Okay, can you see VPN pivot string? This is our indicator of compromise for this traffic, and it proves the VPN traffic. And adversary's tool is VPN pivot tool. Good. Lastly, we will inspect the NTP traffic. Okay, NTP client receives timestamp, and NTP runs over UDP protocol, and NTP uses port 123 port. Okay. Now, let's inspect the last pcap file. In this pcap file, I'm filtering tcp.port equal 123 port. Okay. I'm filtering the traffic for narrowing the field of research area. Okay. I can't inspect per packet in a pcap. Good. Wireshark displays the communication as NTP communication, but it's not. Let's follow TCP stream for extracting the packets. This is a share connection, okay? Share connection throughs into NTP port. It's good. As you see, attacker retrieved the passwd files for finding the users in the Linux system, and attacker downloads an exploit from exploit.db to the own machine. I can't see it from here, but after that operation, he downloads an exploit code from his own attacker box by using this port, and then he executes the exploit for privilege escalation. This is a kernel exploit for escalating the privileges. Okay, good. Thank you for listening. See you. Hello everyone, I'm Alparslan. In this lesson, we will examine the user agents for creating simple IOCs for HTTP connections. Okay. User agent informations can be useful for creating IOCs. Malwares can use abnormal user agent strings when they connect command and control server via HTTP protocol. You can see the user agents in HTTP traffics, but you cannot see in HTTPS traffic. Let's examine some malware connections. Okay. First, I'm opening this pcap file, and let's filter HTTP packets, http.requests.method equal get. I'm filtering get request, which is sent by my compromised machine. Okay, as you see, this is the malicious file. Start page.exe file is malicious. This is malware. This malware was downloaded by our compromised machine from these IP addresses. Okay, after write, this operation is completed. A new connection was initiated by the command and control server and compromised client. Okay, and if you notice the URI value. This is Unicode encoding URI. Okay, let's inspect the packet. I'm opening the packet, and if you notice the user agent, this is start page. This is weird. This is abnormal. It can be IOC indicator of compromise for us for creating IOCs and reporting these incidents. Okay, good. Let's go on with next pcap file. I'm filtering HTTP again, and if you see exec service.exe is malicious file. This is malicious IP addresses, and malwares are distributed from this IP address, and this is my compromised machine. Okay, and let's inspect this packet. After write, malware was downloaded to compromised machine, and this connection was initiated from compromised machine to command and control server. Okay, the connection flows through 80 port and it uses HTTP protocol. Okay, as you see, there is no user agent in the HTTP header. It's abnormal. Okay, it's good. Go on other example, other pcap example. Now let's filter the HTTP packets in my network. Wire145.exe file is malicious file, and this is the malicious IP address, and these malwares are distributed from this IP address, and this is our compromised machine. And a post request was sent from my host, compromised host, to the malicious IP, free.php. Let's examine the packet, and this is the host. It can be useful for IOC, and this user agent can be indicator for us. Okay, we can report it. Good. And check the other packets, post requests, content, and we can use this user agent for creating an IOC. Okay, excellent. And go on this pcap file, and again filter the HTTP packets. Nivrat.exe file is malicious file in this sample. Okay, and let's inspect packets. After downloading operation, a new connection has initiated from my host. Good. Bits. User agent contains bits. Microsoft bits can be used like wget or curl tool. It provides the clients downloading some files from server to the client. Okay, maybe this malware use this user agent for downloading some malicious files to the client system. Okay, this is our IOC for this pcap file for this network connection. Thank you for listening. Hello friends, I'm Alparslan Akildas. In this lesson, we are going to analyze the ransomware's traffic for finding some patterns belong to ransomware for creating network artifacts and IOCs. Ransomware is a malicious software which is used and delivered by the bad guys, and it encrypts the victims' computers, and bad guys wants money from victims for decrypting the encrypted files as ransom. Let's analyze the ransomware traffic. First, I filter GET request for inspecting HTTP traffic. I know the malicious domains from CTI and I previous malware analysis. And I will inspect GET request is sent by the victim to the malicious server. Please look the URI field carefully. This shows us rights as admin user and operating system type, and wallet ID. I will use them for creating surrogate rules and IOCs the following lessons, okay? Now I jump to another GET requests. As you see, encrypted data, start and unique ID parameters are very important for us. They will be used for creating network IOCs. That's all for video. Thank you. See you the next lesson. Hello everyone, I'm Alparslan. In this lesson, we will discuss the buffer overflow attacks and detection these attacks over network. Okay? I want to describe a buffer overflow attack mechanism. First, attacker sends exploit code to vulnerable services port. Okay? And vulnerable service memory area is overflowed to EIP value stored address with junk bytes like capital A, capital B, okay? And exploit code changes EIP value with jump ESP. This is the classical buffer overflow mechanism. And shellcode send it inside the exploit code, and attacker gains bind or reverse shell from compromised machine. Okay, if we are lucky, exploit might be sent over clear text protocols like SMB, FTP, or HTTP. And we can search junk bytes pattern in network traffic like AAA or BBB or DDD like this, okay? Even if we find these patterns, it's not enough to detection definitely. We research pertinent and related anomalies and shell detections or shell connections in our network. Let's do some exercises about it. First, open Eternal Blue exploit. Okay, Eternal Blue is the popular exploit codes for compromising unpatched Windows machines. Okay. First, examine the traffic quickly, and I'm displaying connections from attacker machine to my compromised machine SMB port. Okay. Let's implement a filter. TCP contains hex representation of capital A, X41, X41, X41. I'm searching the junk bytes, okay, in my traffic. Good. I have fun. Follow TCP stream for displaying the content of the packet. Good. If you see, there are a lot of junk bytes in SMB connection. It's not normal. And if you look at carefully the path, attacker tries to connect IPC dollar and other some shares. I will investigate what happened after write this. Before we pass the next step, go back and display the content of the packet again. I will convert hex, and maybe we can find shellcode from here, okay? Like this. Okay. SMB version 2. Go on with the following incidents in my traffic. Go on. Okay. I detected an abnormal port communications between my compromised machine and attacker machine, as you see. Okay. Just follow TCP stream for displaying the content of the packets or traffic. As you see, this is compromised machine, and attacker executes ipconfig command for displaying IP addresses, and attacker used netuser command and executed netstat command for displaying the port states, and this is attacker IP address, and this is compromised box IP address, and this is default MITRE port. Okay, but we can say this tool is MITRE definitely because we don't know. Another exploit kit or tool can use this port too. Okay, good. Let's go to the other pcap for analyzing. This is port scanning operation against the target web server from adversary or attacker box. We can describe the port scanning activity like this. In normal three-way handshake, client sends SYN packet to the server and server responds SYN plus egg packet, and client sends egg packet, and three-way handshake is completed by this way. Then egg packets flows between server and client, and TCP communications goes on by this way. Okay, I put a table for showing the flag values of TCP. Okay, assume that a client sends periodically and quite SYN packets sequentially to the server, and client check the SYN plus egg response. If SYN plus egg response comes from the server, client think about this port is opened. Okay, if RST packets response from server, this port is closed and clients terminate the communication. Okay, good. This is port scanning technique. Okay, let's filter TCP dot flags. I'm sorry, TCP dot flags equal 002. Let's filter SYN flag set TCP packets. As you see, sequentially send SYN packets to the target server. First, attacker implement and perform some port scanning activities against the target, as you see. Okay, then go on analyzing like this. Okay, then I see a communication over FTP protocol between client and server, and AAA junk bytes. Okay, let's implement our filter for finding junk bytes in my network. Maybe we can detect the exploit in pcap file. Yes, it's good. Just follow TCP stream now and convert hex values. Good. This is junk bytes, as I explained, and this is EIP address for jumping stack again, and this is no operational code, NOPs, and this is the shellcode. Good. As I understand correctly, a shell connection follows these packets. Okay, this is anormal traffic, as you see, because traffic flows through 53 port, but traffic isn't DNS traffic. So I follow the TCP stream and I detect a shell, as you see. It's great. Yes, next example. Let's analyze it. I quickly implement my junk filter for finding exploits in network traffic. Okay, good work. Excellent. When I follow TCP stream and convert it hex value, this is junk bytes, and this is jump ESP instruction address in kernel 32.dll file. I know this because I know how to develop an exploit code. Okay, this is NOPs and this is shellcode. Let's inspect the following packets. Whether if attacker can gain a reverse shell. Okay, let's check it out. I'm looking, and Wireshark displays a traffic between compromised machine and attacker machine, but the traffic is not SSL traffic because I can't see four-way handshake, so I follow TCP stream. Good. Attacker can gain a reverse shell from the compromised machine. It's great. Good. The last example, I'm gonna examine the heap spray exploit code, okay? Go statistics tabs and check the conversations for finding abnormal port in network. This is unusual port in my network, and I'm going to this packet by filtering this communication tcp.port equal 88. Good. And I'm following the TCP stream for displaying the content of this packet. Good. This is Unicode encoding technique. Some JavaScript code is hidden in this variable, and this is the addresses of the heap. This is heap overflow spray code, and this is shellcode. This string is used for IOC, okay? Indicator of compromise. This is a good example. We detected. And we keep on analyzing. Okay, exploit was sent by the attacker, but I'm gonna control the success position of the exploit, okay? Maybe it may be successful or not. I'm gonna control it now. Okay. Statistics, conversations. Wait, 443 port. Is there an unusual port? No, but in pcap file, and TCP contains mz. DOS contains mz. It's great. This communication contains mz. That means a portable executable exe file transferred over this communication, okay? It's good. Even if the traffic is encrypted, we know that before this traffic, an exploit, heap exploit, was sent by the attacker to the our victim, okay? An attacker use browser for implementing this attack. An attacker's tactic using browser and malicious JavaScript codes for gaining a shell. Okay, it's excellent. That's all for video. Thank you for listening. See you next lesson. Hello everyone, here we go again. My name is Alparslan Akyıldız, and we will discuss SSH tunneling analysis today. But first we started, I'm gonna give you some description about the tunneling. Tunneling, as you know, is a method, and it's used for opening a connection between compromised box and attacker box by using protocol inside another protocol technique. For example, an attacker can open an SSL connection between him and victim, and he can pass FTP traffic through initial SSL connection. An attacker hides his FTP traffic inside SSL connection. If we give another example, attacker opens an SSH connection from client to own C2, and he can initiate an RDP session in SSH connection. Tunneling techniques like SSH tunneling, ICMP tunneling, DNS tunneling, layer 2 reverse VPN connections are used for bypassing security devices. Sometimes adversaries use tunneling techniques for hiding themselves and data exploration purposes. Yes, what we will do. We will conduct time analysis. How long time traffic exists and is it normal? Is the port which is used by the examined protocol usual or unusual? Is the outbound connected IP normal? Can you see significant traffic increasement to outbound? Is there any traffic pattern which matches with tunnel pattern? All of them are investigated by us. Let's talk about SSH tunneling. As you see in the slide, attacker initiated an SSH connection from compromised client to his own attacker box. Attacker set up an SSH server and client connects this SSH server via SSH protocol. I want to pay your attention to the important point. Attacker has already compromised box and attacker triggers the SSH connection. Please examine the comment is given in the slide. In this comment, attacker says victim box, hey, connect to me, my server via SSH over 443 TCP port and say my box, hey, open 3390 port, and if a packet is sent your local 3390 TCP port, you will send two packets through SSH connection to the compromised boxes 3389 port. This port is RDP port. This is the SSH tunneling example. Once you set up an SSH tunnel, you can perform local port forwarding, dynamic port forwarding, port redirection. If you realize the attacker hides his traffic inside SSH tunnel and he success bypassing network address translation rules and firewall rules. Okay, how can we detect SSH tunnels? If you realized, in first step, attacker must initiate a connection from internal to external network. Attacker needs to open this connection through firewall with permitted ports like TCP 443 HTTPS port or 53 DNS port or 80 HTTP ports generally. We are lucky because even SSH traffic is encrypted, we can see the K algorithms and SSH version as clear text in our network traffic. If we catch SSH version or K algorithm strings in flow, we can detect SSH connections. If the SSH connection opens over TCP 443 or DNS or HTTP port but not 22 default port and connection time interval so long, even if connection time is of hours and the traffic increases significantly, we can suspect the traffic as SSH tunnel. Okay, let's analyze a real-life scenario. For analyzing lab, pcap, we will use Wireshark and Network Miner tools for analyzing an SSH tunnel. This is a real-world scenario which starts with SMTP packets and a malicious mail sent by the adversary, and it ends up in a okay. Starting for analyzing, I go to Statistics tab and choose Hierarchy tab for examining and evaluating protocol rates. It gives a lead for analyzing way. Now we can see SSTP, SMTP, TLS, VNC connections. I will focus this protocol for analyzing. I'm going to Statistics tabs and choose Conversation for displaying IP and port communications. Port numbers seems to usual without 113 TCP port, but it leads to my analyzing. I will analyze SMTP, VNC and unusual port in the following. When I examine 113 port, I saw anything about it because RST set TCP packets is sent between two IP addresses and there is no communication here. I continue my analyzing process with SMTP traffic. I will use SMTP filter keyword for filtering SMTP packets, as you see. I'm gonna follow the TCP stream and I can see the content of traffic as clear text like this. If you inspect the traffic carefully, you can see email spoofing was implemented by the adversary because game.com domain IP and its result IP address aren't consistent. When you resolve the IP addresses of the game.com, it is not that 50 IP address. That 50 IP address is sender, and that 54 is our mail server IP address. Okay, let's follow TCP stream for reading the packet content as a clear text like this. As you see, packet, SMTP packet or email includes some exe files. For extracting the files flows inside the network with SMTP or other protocols, we can easily use network miner tool. During the extraction process, some viruses detected by my computer, by the Windows Defender, and I'm gonna shut the Windows Defender for my analyzing process. Okay, it's not a problem. Okay, this is the communicated IP addresses, and those are files is transferred, is detected by the network miner. Okay, can you see the exe and the other files? If you want to display the email content, you can choose this file or the others and open it post office application. Now we can see the content of the email. Good, it's very easy process for us. If you look at the attachment of this email, chess underscore demo.exe malicious files was sent by the adversary by using email to the Airborne account. Now I continue my analyzing process with inspecting the HTTP packets. As you see, my client connects the mail server's IP addresses. That means victim or compromised machine connects his webmail by using browser. Okay, I'll come back to conversations tabs for determining a new roadmap for my analyzing process. If you notice, 53 port is communicated. Now I'm filtering the 53 TCP port in my pcap file. Good, I have detected an abnormal traffic. As you see, this traffic is not a DNS traffic. Wireshark displayed it as DNS, but notice the message unknown operation, and this packet is malformed. Let's follow TCP stream for displaying the content of the packet. Just follow TCP stream. Follow TCP stream. Okay, I'm displaying the content of the packet. Can you see? Traffic is encrypted, but you can see MZ header. That means an executable executed on the victim, and this connection high possible remote access Trojans connection. We need memory forensic and ALK analysis for presenting definite conclusion or definite analysis. .50 is attacker, and with high possibility he gained reversal from .53 bugs. Now I continue my analyzing process with filtering TCP 443 ports. I'm displaying a lot of IP address in my output. And I have decided that decrease the traffic in my pcap file with filtering with compromised IP addresses and attacker IP addresses. For filtering this, I'm using ip.addr filter. Now we have detected a traffic flow over 443 TCP port. Wireshark shows us traffic as SSL, but it's not an SSL traffic, because if it is SSL or TLS traffic, we must see four-way handshake, but we can't see. I follow the TCP stream and I detect an SSH tunnel, as you see, because I'm displaying the SSH key exchange algorithms and SSH version. Instead of using these processes, we can easily implement a basic Wireshark filter to detect SSH connections in a pcap files. We will use this filter, TCP contains SSH or TCP contains open SSH. Or we can use other strings which is used in key exchange algorithm in the SSH. It's very easy. It's very easy for finding SSH connections in a pcap files. Okay, we can detect the SSH tunnel, as you see. This is great. This is our fast search filter for finding SSH connections in a pcap files. We can use it for writing surrogate signatures or detecting SSH connections in a network in SIAM or other places. If you notice that SSH connection initiated from internal to external network through unusual port such as 443 port, you must inspect the frequency, session starting and finish times and volume of the traffic too. Now, let's inspect the VNC communication in our pcap file. I'm filtering VNC traffic by using just VNC filter, okay? This is the VNC connection. As we see, attacker connected to compromised box by using VNC. Okay, thank you for listening, and the next lesson we will analyze the other types of tunnels like ICMP and DNS. See you. Hello everyone, I'm Alparslan. In this lesson, we will analyze ICMP tunnels. Before we start, I give you some information about ICMP tunneling. Like other tunneling techniques, in ICMP tunneling, attacker passes different protocols in ICMP traffic for hiding their cells, pivoting, and data exploration purposes. P-tunnel is a good example for ICMP tunneling. Attackers can execute commands at the victim by using ICMP tunnel too. ICMP-SH tool is good example for this purpose. Without extending the subject, I tell you how we detect ICMP tunnel in a network. We should have some criteria for detecting ICMP tunnel in a network. In ICMP tunnels, ICMP packets carries extra data in their payload. If we can catch the bigger data length size, like bigger than 63, these meet our first tunneling detection criteria. We need to implement frequency and time analysis. If ICMP traffic occurs between same internal device, the same external device continuously, and connection session time is significantly abnormal, our second criteria is met. The ratio of ICMP traffic to all traffic should be examined if the ratio of the ICMP traffic is very high. This met our third criteria for detecting ICMP tunneling. Let's analyze a simple attack pcap for detecting ICMP tunnel. This is our pcap file, okay? I'm starting with Go, Statistics tabs, and click Protocol Hierarchy. for displaying the ratio of the protocols in my network. Okay, please notice the ratio of ICMP protocols. It's quite high as a normal network traffic. Okay, I'm gonna investigate this. Good. Go again statistic tabs and display conversations. This is the IP and port communications. I'm displaying it, and during the examining the port connections, I detect a normal 88 port in my network. This 143 port communication is mail server communication, which is established between client and mail server. Okay, good. Now, first, I have filtered the HTTP by using HTTP filter for displaying the HTTP packets in my network. Go to File tabs and Export Objects and click HTTP. We can extract the files and URLs information with GET request. It's interesting. As you see, ICMP SH exe was transferred by .10 computer from its 8080 port. Okay, it's interesting issue. Now I'm gonna follow TCP stream for displaying the content of the packet. Follow TCP stream. Good. Can you see MZ in the PE header? This is an executable. Was uploaded by .10 machine. Okay. And I will narrow the field of my research with this filter now. UDP and IP address equal. This is attacker IP addresses, and I'm gonna checking the DHCP requests and DNS requests are sent from my attacker IP addresses. Good. If you notice that my attacker is sending the DNS request to the Kali.org and tools.kali.org. That means this Kali operating system runs on these IP addresses. Okay, good. TCP.port 8080. Good. Now I'm gonna research what will happen after write this process. Okay, I'm displaying a lot of ICMP packets, and I remember the statistics, and the ratio of the ICMP packet was very high in my network. So I'm filtering ICMP packets in my network. Then I'm applying my criteria filter for finding ICMP tunnel or abnormal ICMP behaviors in my network, and data that len bigger than 63 byte. Good. I'm looking the session time of these packets, but before examining it, I will display the content of the ICMP packets for finding an anomalies. Good. Attacker executed dir command on the compromised machine, and ICMP contains dir. If you see, attacker used dir command for listing the directories of the compromised machine, as you see, and change the command net command. I'm searching for a net command. net user Bobo pass add. Attacker was trying to add a new user to the system, as you see. Okay, now investigating the session times. Okay, as you see, please examine the count of ICMP packets in a minute. It's continuous and there are a lot of ICMP packets in a minute and the session time is very long. So that means I have detected the ICMP tunnel in my network. Thank you for listening. Have a good day, friends. Here we go again. I'm Alparslan. And I will teach you analyzing and detecting DNS tunnels in this lesson. DNS tunnel is used by attackers for infiltration, exfiltration, hiding, pivoting, data exploration, tunneling, and command execution issues. In DNS tunnel technique, attacker pass another protocol through DNS protocol. Let's discuss the mechanism of the DNS tunneling technique. As you see in the slide, first attacker set up a DNS server for adding DNS records. Please look at the slide. Attacker add an NS registration for example2.example.domain. According to NS, that means name server registration, example2.example.domain is responsible domain server for resolving example1.example.domain. And attacker add an A record, as you see. In this record, attacker resolves example1.example.domain IP address to command and control server or attacker box's IP address. As you see in the picture, attacker drops a malicious payload to the compromised machine to establish a DNS connection between him and compromised machine, as you see. This payload can be Iodine client. Iodine is a tool for creating DNS tunnels. Iodine server installed has already installed and running at this box. So now attacker established a DNS tunnel between him and compromised client. Every single DNS request which are sent from compromised victim, for example 1.domain.local, are sent to the attacker box via Iodine. An attacker carries data or tunnels traffic whatever he wants. But for ensuring the continuity of the tunnel communication, subdomains of the domain which is requested by the compromised machine should be long and changed every request. Otherwise, the request cached by the DNS cache and tunnel stops. For detecting DNS tunnel, I can explain our criteria. These are very important for detecting a DNS tunnel and distinctive normal and abnormal traffic. Okay, we will analyze the abnormal traffic increment for DNS packets. First, our first criteria: abnormal increment of a distinctive time period for DNS packets. We examine and investigate it. We track by DNS packet source and IP addresses as count in a specific time interval. For example, same client continuously sends DNS request for the same domain in a large time period, it might be becoming malware or DNS tunnel. And our most important criteria is subdomain length and continuously change subdomains for sent requests for same domain. In MITRE framework, map this technique as T148. You can research other exploration from MITRE's page. Its page for searching some techniques and tactics performed by MITRE. Thanks to MITRE. This is another great article by Unit 42 Palo Alto about DNS tunneling. As you see, the tool list is given in the slide and tools like Iodine, DNSCAT and other tools are listed. It's worth reading. For detecting DNS tunnels, all of our criteria should be fulfilled. So let's analyze an incident in pcap. Go to Statistics tabs and click Protocol Hierarchy for displaying rate of the protocols on our network. For finding and protocol anomalies or traffic increasement, we can see from here. When you look at carefully the output of the traffic ratios, this is very conspicuous rate of the traffic. As you see, more than 50% of the traffic is DNS. This is a normal situation for our network, okay? And I'm going to statistic tabs and click conversations for displaying IP addresses and port communications. This is abnormal traffic because 444 port and the other port are unusual ports in internal network. So I will filter this port for investigating. tcp.port QQ 4444. This is Metasploit's default port, and I'm gonna follow the TCP stream. This traffic content is encrypted, okay? But this is anomaly for me, and I'm noting the starting time of the traffic. Good. I'm filtering DNS packets for inspecting them. As you see, a lot of DNS packets sent and received in my network. Please track by DNS packets, source and IP addresses as counts in a specific time interval. When you notice the count of the DNS packets, we can perform frequency analysis, and these packets are sent periodically, and this is the starting time. If we analyze the session times and starting time and finishing time, these packets, we will see it's very long time, okay? And I'm developing a fast, quick filter in Wireshark for detecting DNS tunneling. DNS.query.name.lan more than 20. 20 is not constant value for me. I'm just using it for finding subdomains whose length is bigger than 20, okay? As you see, we can detect our DNS tunnel in our network, and DNSCAT tool was used for establishing this tunnel. Adversary's tool is DNSCAT for the scenario, and this is our DNS tunnel. Good. Thank you for listening. Hello everyone. In this lesson, we will analyze an incident for detecting pivot point and use tunneling techniques and adversaries tools. For this purpose, we perform frequency and time analysis techniques. Also, we will use our filters for detecting tunnels. First, we go to Statistic tab and click Protocol Hierarchy for displaying ratio of the percentage of the protocols in network. When you glance the outputs, you can see VNC and ICMP protocols in the traffic, and I will analyze them the following analyzing steps. Now click Statistics and click Conversations for displaying IP and port communications. I will closely examine TCP 3333 and VNC and Telnet traffics. I will look the DNS queries for finding malicious domain or guessing operating systems of machines in my network. I use DNS filter for filtering DNS requests and responses. I'm filtering DNS requests which contains Kali because Kali operating system most probably goes to Kali.org automatically. I'm implementing my filter. I have detected Kali machine's IP address. I'm taking notes for mapping attack. First I write operating system name under the specified IP addresses. I keep on looking after other DNS requests. I detected Ubuntu bugs from archive.ubuntu domain name. This packet shows the domain name of the Ubuntu. Okay. I'm taking note for Ubuntu bugs in my attack map. At last, I detect the bugs which runs Microsoft operating system. 5.13 IP address is the Microsoft bugs IP addresses, and I will note them. Now I will inspect the telnet packets. I'm following TCP stream for displaying the content of the telnet traffic. Now we see unsuccessful authentication attempt between Kali and Windows machine. I'm noting first incident name and time. I need to check the incident time for taking notice. For this purpose, I come back to Wireshark and find it. This is the incident starting time. I'm noting this. Now I'm investigating VNC traffic. As you see, a VNC connection opened from Ubuntu bugs successfully to Windows bugs. It's not normal. I will note VNC connection initiation time. I specified VNC connection with blue color. As you see, I know traffic starting and finishing times. I go back Wireshark and note the times. At this time, I'm writing the finishing time for performing time analysis. It belongs to VNC traffic, okay? I come back to Wireshark again and I see abnormal traffic after write VNC connection. Traffic flows through TCP 443 port, but I can't see four-way handshake. This is encrypted traffic, and moreover, traffic are not SSL traffic, so it's suspicious. I apply my SSH tunneling filter quickly as TCP contains open SSH. This is my filter. It facilitates our analyzing process, pcap process. Now I can follow the TCP stream. Good. Bingo, I have detected an SSH connection, most probably SSH tunnel over TCP 443 port between Kali and Ubuntu bugs. Good, I note the SSH tunnel start and finish times. I have decided to examine and inspect HTTP packets. Before this, I will export HTTP object for finding something is helpful for my analysis process. This is great. ptunnel tool was downloaded by the Ubuntu bugs. Let's jump to the related packet. I note the incident time in my map. This is the incident time. Okay, let's take some note. My downloaded path's shape is so weird. It's just a snake in legacy video games. At the time of incident, I'm writing, okay? Go back to Wireshark and I search ICM ptunnel footprints with my filter because I saw ptunnel tool before in HTTP traffic. Bingo, we can catch the ICMP tunnel, and I will read the data of the payloads if I can. This is telnet connection. Inside from ICMP tunnel and Kali established telnet connection to the Windows machine over Ubuntu. Let's draw the tunnels and note ICMP tunnel start and session times. Yellow is telnet connection and red is ICMP tunnel. Now come back to Wireshark and I analyze telnet packets after p-tunnel established. Follow TCP stream again and we can see the telnet connections packet content. Kali connects to the Windows box over Ubuntu. Inside ICMP tunnel and some Windows commands are executed by the attacker. Thank you for listening. Hello everyone, I'm Alparslan Akyıldız. In this lesson module, we will analyze web attacks over network traffic by using pcap analyzing methods. What will we analyze? We can detect and analyze web attacks over HTTP and HTTPS traffic. Attack patterns are visible in HTTP, and attack detection is very easy. However, HTTPS traffic is encrypted. We can see the content of the traffic. We can see user agent, URL parameters, URI, and other information. But we can follow up the self-signed certificates and we can implement frequency and time analysis for detecting malicious activities and creating IOCs. In SQL injection attacks, the attacker first finds the inputs on the website that are used to send data from the web interface to the database. Then attacker tries to understand whether there is an SQL injection vulnerability by looking at the error messages, changes in the page structure, waiting times by sending quotas and other SQL queries to the database over the input. If the attacker understands that there is an SQL injection vulnerability, he can send SQL queries to the database from the input he detected for leaking, changing, and deleting the information in database. We should know our application's input parameters to avoid false positives. We also need to know traffic flow direction and subnets like external network and web server. When we have necessary information such as inputs, so our web application and network traffic direction to our web server, we can search the SQL query patterns in traffic as an analyst, such as sleep, union, quota, URL encoded states in here, update, delete, insert, and their encoded states. But don't forget, we should investigate patterns in input areas and add traffic which flows from external to internal web server direction. Let's give an example about it. In this example, we are going to detect the obvious SQL injection attack in pcap file. First, we go to File tab and click Export Objects for exporting HTTP packets and click HTTP for exporting HTTP packets. As we see, there are bulk of SQL queries were sent by the attacker from ID parameter by performing SQL injection attack. Queries are sent to the same parameter and they were periodically sent and they were directly sent to the web server with specific parameter. Attacker used quota union to combine data competing to implement SQL injection attack. In Wireshark, we can develop fast filters to detect SQL injection. Let's search SQL parameters in HTTP traffic. As you see, attacker used quota for getting error message from database and validate SQL injection vulnerability existence. And attacker uses logic like 1 equal 1 for making return the results true for every time. As you see, attacker uses select, concat, union SQL queries for retrieving database. Let's develop fast filters and investigate the SQL injection attack. Our first basic filter TCP contains select. As you see, the select statements are used by the attacker for selecting something from the tables, for retrieving some information from database, and not only select but also concat and other SQL queries is used in the queries. Let's try delete, alter, and concat for finding something in my traffic. Okay, good, we can catch again. Let's go another example. I'm searching for Kato with my very basic filter. Okay, TCP contains query. Great. Can you see SSM parameter and SQL injection with union select? It's good. Let's follow the TCP stream. Attacker used into-out file method inside the query for uploading wso_shell.php file to the target. Great. That's all for video. See you next lesson, friends. Thank you for listening. Hello everyone, I'm Alparslan. Welcome to my lesson. In this lesson, we are gonna detect command injection attacks over a network. And I'm gonna analyze a pcap file for detecting the command injection attack in this pcap. First of all, I want to give a description about command injection attacks, and I want to explain the attack mechanism. Okay, in command injection attacks, the attacker is able to execute commands over a location that receives input on the target. Looking at the PHP code on the slide, you see a simple program that pings the IP address given by the user. Since no input control is performed, the attacker will run the command after the IP address with putting some extra codes in shell exec function, and the attacker can use OR and operator for appending new commands to the existence command. Okay, this is an optional situation for software developer, but attacker can easily see this vulnerability. At this point, it can be understood whether the file upload vulnerability is exploited by searching Python, Perl, Bash, and web shell parameters in HTTP parameters. Why? Because an attacker, during the appending the extra codes into input area, he's gonna use Perl code or Python code or PHP code, as you know, Bash code, okay, and execute in the target server. Okay, let's give an example about it. I'm opening my pcap file. First, as you see, this traffic, abnormal traffic, because it passes through into DNS port, but this traffic isn't DNS traffic, and I'm gonna follow TCP stream, the suspicious traffic, and I can see a shell connection open from the target server to the attacker. This is a reverse shell, as you see. Okay, what happened before this traffic? What did cause for occurring this traffic? Okay, I'm gonna research that, and now I'm gonna export object HTTP. Good. I can't see anything about useful for my analysis, and filter HTTP by HTTP filter. Okay, and maybe I can use some filter like TCP contains Python, Bash. Good. Maybe I can catch something. Just follow TCP stream. Okay, this is the response, HTTP response, but this is a TCP flow, and I'm gonna follow TCP stream. Maybe I can get something inside the packet, but I cannot. And TCP contains bash again. So TCP stream for include PHP. I can't see anything now. TCP contains Perl PHP. Good. I'm gonna follow this stream for finding something is useful for our analysis. Maybe Python Finex Perl Finex Bash. Okay. I'm searching for a pattern for proving the command injection attack is performed, or investigating the incidents before this traffic. Okay. Now follow TCP stream for this. Good. As you see, this is a reverse shell code, but I should find with filter before. Okay. TCP contains Python. Okay. As you see, this packet contains the reverse shell and follow TCP stream. If you see that attacker put the local IP address and add a logic here, and this is the Python reverse shell code. This is attacker IP address, as you see, and this is attacker handler port. Good. How can I understand command injection attack is performed by the attacker? I can understand it. This is an input, and this reverse shell code appends the input by the attacker, and after write this execution, attacker can gain reverse shell. This is input area, and this is command injection attack. Thank you for listening. That's all for video. See you next video. Goodbye. Hello everybody, welcome to my training. I'm Alparslan Yıldız. In this lesson, we will discuss detecting methods web shells over a network traffic. Web shells are files that provide remote shell connection to the attacker by being installed on the target web server and triggers by the attacker with GET, POST, sometimes with PUT requests on the target server. Web shell file can be detected by searching for fsoc open, a while, pass-through, exec, shell, socket, pfsoc open, system, route 13, base 64 patterns in pcap file. If there is traffic in exist shell patterns. Traffic after the web shell is very important for the analyst. Post activities of the web shell is very important for us because we can detect some anomalies even if the traffic is encrypted, okay? And we are gonna perform the time analysis after detecting the web shell patterns in traffic, and we can jump to endpoint analysis. Good. In some cases, even if the web shell file cannot be found in traffic, a result can be reached by analyzing the traffic caused by the web shell. It's very difficult to analyze web shells placed using in HTTPS traffic from network. Of course, if SSL decryption is not used, okay? If we implement the SSL decryption, it's very easy to detect the web shells inside the HTTPS traffic. It doesn't matter. It's not a problem for us. In addition, all the entropy analysis can be done in obfuscated web shell files. It's still difficult to see the source code of these files because the file goes through inside the encrypted traffic like HTTPS. Web shell codes can be placed in metadata sections inside the image file and uploaded to the target. In the example we will do now, I will teach you to do web shell analysis over network traffic. I will also explain the methods of detecting a web shell on the server in the following topics, okay? This is my example pcap file. Go to statistic tabs and display the conversation. There is a normal traffic port, unusual port for me, and I'm gonna filter this port with tcp.port equal 4444. This is the default metasploit port, and I can display a traffic established between these IP addresses and these IP addresses. Okay, I'm gonna follow TCP stream for finding it, and this is encrypted traffic. There's nothing for us. Okay, let's go to the other packets. Okay, now I'm seeing some FTP traffic flows in here, and I'm gonna follow TCP stream. This is good. Attacker used copy from and copy to commands for putting a web shell under the /www/html web directory. This is the malicious file for executing some commands in the target system. This is our web shell. This is very small. It's great. We also can detect the web shell like this. TCP contains shell, for example. Follow TCP stream. As you see, this is a shell connection, okay? But this connection is created after the web shell is uploaded by the attacker, okay? Good. And TCP contains fsoc, pfsoc, eval, and maybe system. Good. This is our web shell, as you see. Do you remember it? This PHP file? Let's follow TCP stream. Good. No hop Perl. This is parameter of the web shell, and attacker execute Perl command for a reverse shell. Okay. We have found that the reverse shell flows through 444 port, TCP port, as you know. This is the web shell command. Okay. Go on with other filters. TCP contains pass-through. As you see, this is the way attacker put the web shell into the target web server. Okay, but if I wonder that, is it an exploit code for specific version of the ProFTPD? Let's research this version of the ProFTPD for checking whether if any exploit code exists for this version or not. Research this version with googling, okay? It's good, great. This is an exploit code, as we guessed before. As you see, copy from and copy to commands are used, and this exploit code was used by the attacker for exploiting this vulnerability and putting the web shell into target web server. It's cool, great. Let's go on another pcap file, okay? Go to statistic tabs for displaying the protocol hierarchy, and this is HTTP packets and SMB protocol I have seen. And go statistic tabs again and display conversations for finding, maybe we can find the abnormal or unusual port in a network, but all of them seems to be casual, okay? Then let's execute some filter, okay? TCP contains pass-through, like this. TCP contains socket. It's great. I have detected this string in an SMB connection, okay? Maybe it can be false positive. I'm gonna check the traffic with following the TCP stream. Follow TCP stream. SMB version 1, and most probably the content of the traffic will be clear text. It's great. We can detect it. This is the web shell, as you see. Good. This web shell provides a reverse shell connection for attacker, and this is the attacker IP addresses, and this is the attacker handler port socket. Okay, let's examine the content of the packet, and as you see, this is the share name and this is the file name, bebe.php. Okay, let's inspect the 53 port, tcp.port equal 53. This is anormal traffic because, as you see, it's not a DNS traffic. There is no DNS request or response. And just follow the TCP stream for retrieving the traffic. Okay. Oh, this is a clear text shell communication between adversary and victim. Okay. ID command is executed by the attacker and he has web user rights, and uname-a command is executed by the attacker for learning the operating system version, and he checked the package which are installed in the system. Attacker wants to escalate his privileges. Every attacker wants that. And he downloaded PivotC. Can you remember it? PivotC is a VPN client for performing layer 2 VPN pivoting issue. Okay, from the attacker server. Maybe it's a command and control server, I don't know. Okay, but it's in our local lab environment. In the real life, it can be command and control server. Good example. Let's follow this example. In this example, let's implement our web shell parameters. TCP contains exec, maybe. Good. But before that operation, let's export HTTP objects. Okay, I'm gonna find something else in this pcap file. As you see, go here. A directory brute forcing operation is implemented by the attacker for enumerating the directories of the web server, and maybe he tried to find inputs and he was enumerating the web directories and files in the system, and maybe we can catch an ISE from user agent, part of the HTTP transfer protocol. As you see, Python request, it can be ISE for us. Okay, good. Now go back to our shell patterns. TCP contains shell. Good. As you see, attacker tries to SQL injection, but at the same time he tries to command execution in shell exec function with SQL injection. Maybe most probably he's gonna upload a web shell after this operation. Okay, and I can see the shell.php file. How can I ensure this command's execution state? We can ensure that by displaying the HTTP response. Okay. Good. This is the OK response. This is OK response to 200 response. That means this command is executed on the target system successfully by the attacker. Cat LSB release. This is the same. every time attacker wants to retrieve the operating system version, and he's gonna escalate his privileges. Okay, you name. Good. He's trying to execute NC command for getting a new shell file. Good, 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 good. And TCP contains pass-through. I'm sorry, pass-through. Pass-through. Huh. It's not related to my filter, but luckily I can find this, and attacker trying to retrieve passwd file contents by using SQL injection attack. Good. And this is also SQL injection attempts by time-based SQL injection, because sleep is used in this SQL query. This is an SQL injection, time-based SQL injection attemption too. But I wanna TCP contains true. There is no pass-through statement. Okay, maybe exec. Good. This is shell exec, but we have already found it. Okay, good. Good example is for us. Now another example for detecting a web shell again and again. I'm searching for something is useful for our analysis process, and this port is unusual port in local network. Just follow TCP stream. Good. This is C99 shell. This shell file is used commonly by black hat hackers, and I'm displaying the content of the C99 shell. Okay, this is good, cool. And maybe we can detect it with our filter like shell, maybe. And socket, and eval, maybe, and pass-through, maybe. Exec, maybe. Exec, maybe. This is good. Let's research the commands was executed by the attacker. Follow TCP stream. Parameter. This, okay, this is the transferred file. I understand this. And file export objects HTTP. Maybe we can. Oh, this is other web shell files, as you see. It's interesting. Good. Where is this file? 300. Okay. TCP. This is the another web shell. Follow TCP stream. Encoded web shell, as you see. Okay, obfuscated with PHP obfuscator. Interesting. Let's find another web shell. TCP contains R57. You can ask me a question about this filter. How can you know for searching this R57? I quickly answer this question. I know because I export HTTP or export objects and click HTTP. I saw it here, okay? And I suspect it and I search it. Let's go to 7. TCP contains 7. Just follow TCP stream. This is encoded content of the 7.php web shell file and free online PHP obfuscator. This can be used for IOC and it's very valuable for us, okay? And the following lessons, we go to web server for finding these web shells in the disk, okay? We are gonna use NeoPy, Backdoorman, Loki, apt Tor scanner for detecting these web shell files, and we are gonna analyze and investigate their MIME types and C times, creating times, accessing times, even if they change by the attacker, okay? This is digital forensic for threat hunting part. Good. That's all for video. Thank you for listening. See you next lesson. Goodbye. Hello everyone, I'm Alparslan. Welcome to my training. In this lesson, we are going to analyze file upload issues over network by using pcap files. File upload vulnerability is the vulnerability that allows attackers to upload shell codes written with PHP, .NET and similar server-side codes to the target due to the fact that no secure code is developed from the images or documents loaded. At this point, it's possible to detect this attack by making a web shell hunt and looking at the parameters, but it's very difficult to analyze the files uploaded with HTTPS from the network if there is no SSL decryption implemented, okay? Good. Let's give an example and detect the file upload attack together. For this purpose, I'm gonna open my example pcap file, okay? As you notice that 443 traffic is not normal because under normal conditions, SSL or TLS traffic should pass through this port, but I can see any four-way handshake, okay? I discussed that this traffic is suspicious, okay? Please examine the bottom of the packets of the pcap file. This is a suspicious file which is uploaded by the attacker to the... Before started, let's execute some filter in Wireshark for finding the web shells in traffic, okay? TCP contains pass-through. We have already know these filters from web shell detection lesson, okay? TCP contains PF soak, good. And I'm gonna try more filters. This is good. And eval, I will try. And shell. This is our shell. Road 13, base 64, system and socket. Good. I'm gonna follow TCP stream for displaying the content of the packet, okay? Good. As you see, we can detect the web shell, and this is the attacker IP address, and this is the attacker port which is used for gaining the reverse shell from the victim. It's very good. We can catch it, but we don't stop at this point. We can't, because we need to examine and analyze after the right incidents of web shell. Let's inspect with TCP.port QAQ 443 port. Anormal traffic. This is anormal traffic, as you know, and I'm gonna follow TCP stream. Good. We can detect a reverse shell, as you see, and we can eliminate the attack process now. Thank you for listening. That's all for video. Hello everyone, I'm Alparslan. Here we go again, and welcome to my training. In this lesson, we are going to detect local file inclusion and remote file inclusion attacks over HTTP traffic, and I'm going to give some example about detection by using my example pcaps. Okay, remote file inclusion and local file inclusion are vulnerabilities that are often found in poorly written web applications. These vulnerabilities occur when a web application allows the user to submit input into files or upload files to the server. Local file inclusion vulnerabilities allow an attacker to read, rarely execute, files on the victim machine. This can be very dangerous because if the web server is misconfigured and running with high privilege, the attacker may gain access to sensitive information. If the attacker is able to place code on the web server through other means, they may be able to execute arbitrary commands. In remote file inclusion, vulnerabilities are easier to exploit but less common. Instead of accessing a file on a local machine, the attacker is able to execute code hosted on their own machine. Okay? Please look at the slide carefully. There are two examples about inclusion attacks. The first one is local file inclusion attacks. Attacker, please look at the page parameter. Okay, page parameter is common for two different examples, and below examples is RFI example, and above is local file inclusion example. So the page parameter is common for two example, and I want to say that when the attacker etc/passvd, when the attacker writes this here as a input of the parameter, page parameter, he can view the content of the passvd file. This is local file inclusion. Okay, under normal condition, attacker shouldn't be display of the content of the passvd file from this page parameter. Okay, this is misconfiguration. Okay, and the other example, let's examine this. Attacker gives an URL, and this test PHP file contains the malicious web shell. Okay, and attacker points to this malicious web shell with page parameter, and when the attacker executes this URL with sending GET request or POST request, he can trigger a web shell on the target server. Okay, this is remote file inclusion attack. Let's give some example about it. This is my pcap file. Local file inclusion and remote file inclusion attacks performed successfully in this pcap file. And for finding local file inclusion attacks, we can use this filter TCP contains ... directory traversal pattern, as you see. And follow TCP stream. Attacker doing some attack with using local file inclusion. This is the pattern of the local file inclusion, and please look at the response of this attack, and attacker can retrieve the etc passvd file contents like this. Okay, good. I can understand from the response that the attack was successfully. Okay, good. And for finding remote file inclusion attack, I can use this filter TCP contains equal HTTP like this. Good. This is shell.txt file. Follow TCP stream. Good. Attacker performs some remote file inclusion attack with shell.txt file. Okay. Can we detect the shell file? I don't know. I will try to detect it. Okay, remember our previous lessons. TCP contains maybe exec or TCP contains socket, maybe sock. Good. Just follow TCP stream. This is the response, but maybe you can follow TCP stream from here. Good. This is web shell, as you see. Okay, we can detect it, and this is reverse shell port, and this is the attacker IP addresses. Let's filter this port, TCP.port 443 port. Good. This is not SSL traffic, and this traffic is abnormal traffic, but Wireshark shows this traffic as SSL traffic, but it's not, because there is no four-way handshake, as I see before. And I'm gonna follow TCP stream. There's nothing, and TCP.port 443, and let's examine another packet. Good. This is a reverse shell content. Okay, I can see the content of the traffic here. I want to say something about the remote file inclusion attacks. If system admin, okay, I'm so sorry, I need to find some packet for telling the important point. Where is it? Good. Here. As you see, attacker can implement this attack with a QoL, HTTP, and shell file, as you see. But if system administrator disabled allow underscore URL underscore open parameter, this is not worked. Okay, this is not worked, because allow URL of open options is disabled by the system administrator, and this is nothing. But attackers discovered a new way for exploiting remote file inclusion attacks. Instead of using a URL, they use a SMB sharing like this. For example, look at the filter and shell.php.txt. Okay, they point the web shell file SMB, okay, SMB share instead of HTTP URL, and it works. Thank you for listening. That's all for video. See you in the next lesson. Goodbye. Hello friends, have a good day. I'm Alparslan Akyıldız, and in this lesson we will detect XSS, shellshock, brute force, dictionary attack over a network with analyzing our pcap files. Okay. First of all, I want to start with XSS attacks. Okay. Cross-site scripting, aka XSS attacks, are a type of injection in which malicious scripts are injected into otherwise benign and trusted websites. XSS attacks occur when an attacker uses a web application to send malicious code, generally in the form of a browser-side script, to a different end user, like this. And the first thing you should have know about the cross-site script, some message must be printed to the websites, okay? Otherwise, you can't execute JavaScript code on the victim's browser. This is the first criteria. Okay, if your JavaScript code is stored like a form page in the target web server, this is storage XSS vulnerability, okay? But at the same time, it can't be stored at the target web page. Otherwise, it can be used, your JavaScript codes can be used in a link for sending the victim link, and if the victim clicks the link, attacker can't execute arbitrary JavaScript codes in victim's browser. This is reflected XSS attacks. Okay. Now let's give some example, analysis example over our pcap files. Okay. First, like detect the XSS attack in a network. As you see, attacker should use JavaScript code for performing XSS attacks. So we can search in the traffic patterns, script and window location or plain text tags in parameters area. Okay, like this. HTTP contains script and HTTP request dot method get. Why I'm filtering request? Because HTTP response can contain some strings and it causes false positives in my analysis. Okay, and TCP contains the input parameter of the website. In this traffic, our input is name. Good. Just follow TCP stream. If you see the name parameter, attacker sends some JavaScript codes over this parameter. This is reflected XSS vulnerability, and attackers try to steal cookie of the valid session of the victim. Okay, and sends the cookie these IP addresses 81 port. If system admin or developer sets the HTTP only flag, these attacks are fail. Good. Now this is another pcap file. Let's analyze it. But before analyzing it, have a look at this article. It describes the shell shock vulnerability. In shell shock vulnerability, attackers can append the arbitrary code by using environment variables. Okay. For example, attacker exploit the vulnerability by user agent field. It sends some GET request to the target web server, and he is displaying the content of the PSVD file. But if this command successful, attacker can do whatever he wants. Okay, and for finding shell shock pattern in a network traffic, I'm searching a pattern, a specific pattern inside these strings. Okay, good. Now let's find it. TCP contains I'm creating a new filter for finding shell shock attacks in my network, and let's inspect this. Look at the user agent field. This is the network artifacts. Good. Let's go to other pcap file. File, export objects, HTTP. Please look at carefully exported objects, because you can see some directory brute forcing. As you see, sent this, and 404 message, HTTP message responded by the server, and attacker is trying to find valid directories or files here, maybe, and trying to find some attack patterns in this traffic. TCP contains like this. Okay, as you see, the scanner try to find some local file inclusion vulnerability in the target system, as you see. Okay, and TCP contains. Before we pass another filter, let's analyze it. Please carefully look at the user agent part and NICTO, tool of the attackers. Okay, this is very important for us for reporting and creating indicator of compromise. Good, NICTO. Good. Like searching another patterns and HTTP request. As you see, NICTO is trying to remote file inclusion attack here. Good. This is remote file inclusion attacks. And TCP contains shell, maybe directory brute forcing, exec, system, tool is trying to command execution here, as you see. Okay, good. Let's continue with other brute forcing incident. Request.method post. I'm filtering HTTP post requests for showing you brute force incidents in this pcap file. Admin, username and password. Username admin and password 1234, like this. Admin Nicole. As you see, a bulk of authentication packet has been sent by the attacker to the login page, and attacker is trying to authenticate the system with a dictionary. Okay, attacker has a dictionary and he is trying to passwords from dictionary step by step, as you see. This is brute force attack. Thank you for listening. That's all for video. See you next lesson. Goodbye.
Hello everybody, welcome to my lesson. In this lesson, we are gonna discuss the memory forensic techniques. We will fun. Memory forensics provides insights into network connections, executed files or commands, and runtime system activity loaded DLLs, strings, heap keys, kernel modules, hooks, and threads. To execute any program, it must be first loaded on the memory, which makes it critical for forensic to identify attacks. Volatile data is any data that is stored temporarily on a computer device while it's running and would be lost if the device shuts down for any reason. Attackers can leverage this. For example, Metasploit web delivery module, such as PowerShell download string, execute in the RAM without dropping any file to the file system. We need memory forensic. Why? I'm gonna answer this question. In the previous module, we analyze attacks from network traffic. Even if the analysis is not accurate, when the traffic is encrypted, at least we can still detect the anomalies. So we need to investigate endpoints for finding the process which causes the abnormal traffic by examining the socket process and sockets and processes matches. Okay, we are gonna relate the process with sockets. Good. After detecting the malicious process, we can investigate the parent process for eliminating the origin of the incident. It's very important because, for example, we detected an anomaly in network, okay, but the network traffic is encrypted and we can't understand definitely what is the attack, but we can see the anomaly in the network traffic. Okay, what we need to do? We are go to endpoint and dump the memory image from the endpoint, and we are going to analyze the process, and we will compare processes and open sockets, and we are going to relate them each other, okay? And we will investigate the parent processes of the processes which is caused for opening a network connection, a malicious connection. Good. Fileless malwares don't touch the disk. This is very important. In the modern attack, fileless malwares don't touch the disk, okay? So even if malwares are fileless, they have to execute from this point. We analyze these types of malwares only with memory forensic. Good. Because if you don't perform the memory forensic issue, you can't find any artifacts in the file system, okay? But if you perform the memory analyze, you can analyze the modern fileless malwares. But I accept that some of the malwares execute with file, but most of the modern malwares executes and attacks executes in RAM as fileless. Okay. We are gonna collect, I'm listing this, okay? Please look the slide. Running and linked process, running and unlinked process, terminated process, and process IDs and processes parent IDs. This is very important for us. The command line and arguments. Command line is very important too, because if an attacker execute a command in CMD line, we can see the command, okay? Full path to executable. This is very important to loaded DLS. We can detect from here the DLL injection issues and other incidents. Their metadata and sizes, we can use this for creating IOCs. Window title, process create, exit time, and its current working directory. This is very, very important, because I'm gonna not only use this information here, but also in Elasticsearch analysis in the following lessons, okay? Handles for each process, threat enumeration for each process, because we need to examine the threats for finding the threat injection, or such as authority subsystem, I'm so sorry, .exe is responsible for generating security tokens and other issues. And an attacker tries to migration threat injection by using threat injection or process injection into the lsass.exe process, he can retrieve the password dump from this process, okay? And it's important. Network socket enumeration, active listening, associated, establish connections for each process. Good. And we can display the hidden process. Go on. We need memory images for performing memory forensic analysis. We can use dump it and memorize tool for dumping memory. You can download Mandiant tool, memorize, from this link, okay? In Linux systems, you can use fmem and lime tools for dumping memory images. I want to give an example about it in a real life scenario. This box is used by me for malware analysis purposes, okay? This is my analysis lab, a part of my malware analysis lab, one of the bugs, just, okay? And I have downloaded a ransomware sample from this GitHub link, and I'm gonna execute it. Then I will dump the memory image, and I'm gonna save network packets with Wireshark. First, I will open Wireshark for saving the network traffic of the ransomware, and I'm gonna execute ransomware in my computer. Good. This is connections. Let's execute ransomware. Good. Ransomware has executed in my computer, as you see. Good. Okay. And I'm waiting for a ransomware message. it's gonna show us attacker wants a ransom for decrypting our encrypted file, and I'm waiting for it. This is a real ransomware, as you see. Adversary wants ransom from us, but don't worry. This is my test machine, and I have backup, and I can revert my machine to backup. Okay, good. Let's just click dump it for dumping the memory image. It's very easy, as you see. Yes, I want to continue. Yes, and I'm waiting for completing the dumping process, and I'm going to analyze this memory dump in the following lessons. Good. Excellent. Now this is my memory dump, and I just stop the Wireshark and file, save as, desktop, Wireshark TCP dump. Good. Jigsaw ransomware traffic. Good. And settings. Good. I disconnect this virtual machine from the internet because maybe this malware can perform some privilege escalation and pivoting techniques and escape from my virtual box to physical environment. It doesn't matter, okay? I have isolated, and I take my measurement and precautions for preventing its behavior. Good. Keep on. I'm gonna analyze this memory image with volatility and Mandiant redline tool. They are a great tool for analyzing the memory images, and the next lessons I'm gonna show how to use these tools, and they are very beneficial and useful tools. We are gonna learn in this module Windows processes theoretical lessons, process injections and hollowing techniques and attack methods, threat injection, P injection, and API hooks, theoretical lessons, Stuxnet memory image analysis, this is a tutorial and lab, Zeus memory image analysis, dark comment memory analysis, Cridex memory analysis, labs. Okay, good. That's all for video. Thank you for listening to me. See you. Hello friends, welcome to my lesson. I'm Alper Yıldız. In this lesson, we will analyze Zeus infected machine's memory image. I'm using volatility tool for analyzing. First, I will find the KDBG value for accelerating our analysis process and gaining time. I also will detect the operating system version with image info parameters. Great, I have already got the KDBG value and image info. Now I need to list process for examining processes. I check it for finding a malicious process name. I'm adding KDBG value and I'm using pslist command for listing processes. When I examine the output, I can't see any abnormal process in here. They are normal Windows processes. I need to investigate process tree for finding weird parent-child relations between processes. I use ps3 command for finding these anomalies. Everything seems the usual now. I will use psxview command for finding hidden process in the process list. I can't find any reasonable or significant indicator until now. I will investigate network connections with consequent parameter. Great, I have two connections, and when I investigate IP address, I saw the IP is related with malicious activities in VirusTotal. And I'm searching the IP address, as you see. Good. I'm searching the IP addresses at VirusTotal, as you see, and I find some informations. I look after sockets with sockets parameters. UDP sockets and TCP sockets. Good. I go on with connections for displaying any interesting established connections. I have nothing. Let's list the DLLs for injecting issues. I choose my suspicious process with -p parameter and I'm listing important DLLs by the svc host.exe. Nothing seems useful from this output. After that, I dump the process for malware analysis issue. I'm gonna dump the exe file of the process and I'm specifying a directory for saving the dump. I can reverse it or sending to the VirusTotal. Great. CrowdStrike sandbox is great and detect this file as malicious. Falcon. Community informations and details you can see from here. This is the Falcon sandboxes report. Let's implement signature-based scanning for this process with malfind parameter for finding viruses or malware signatures. Volatility detected. Some instructions are potential malicious, as you see. Let's inspect command line arguments with cmd line command. I'm examining the comments and I've been trying for finding something is useful, but I can't see anything remarkable. Let's investigate an CTI-based IOC. Now we queried specified registry value. I know registry value from a CTI report, okay? And I'm searching it now. I'm waiting for output now. It takes some time. Great! We detect the system.cpl and exe file under registry we queried. That's all for video. See you. Hello all, my name is Alparslan Akyıldız. In this lesson, we are going to analyze a memory image for detecting the DLL injection issue. We will use volatility for analyzing memory images. First, I'm going to search for KDBG value and image info. Good. Now I list the process for detecting processes with vir name in the list. When I examine the list, everything seems normal. cmd.exe and PowerShell.exe executed on the desktop environment. We need to check the process tree for finding anomaly created a process, and we inspect the process child-parent relations. I'm reviewing the process. Yes, I detect an abnormal process relationship. Notepad.exe spawns the runDLR32.exe process as a child. Let's examine the network connections with netscan parameter. Just have a look to port states and open sockets. This can be suspicious, PowerShell sockets, and go on, and I'm searching for finding an anomal situation. Good. As you see, runDLR32.exe process established a connection. This is point where we have already know the parent process of the runDLR32.exe is notepad.exe. So, we are gonna check the process ID again fastly. Let's list the imported DLL by the notepad.exe process. We examine notepad.exe DLLs because we saw run DLL32.exe process is under the notepad.exe process. I suspected DLL injection attack. Look carefully the paths of the DLL files. Can you see that? Malicious.dll file exists under the desktop directory. We have detected the DLL injection. In the following lessons, we are going to reverse these files for malware analysis. Let's examine the command line parameters. Great. We catch the second indicator is new injector.txt. We can dump the process and send it virus total for quick analysis. As you see, notepad.exe is clean. Let's try the same analysis with memdump. Waiting for dumping operation. Good. Now I'm uploading the memory dump to the virus total. Great. As I expected, malicious codes are detected in the memory dump. However, in process dump nothing was detected because of process injection issue. That's all for video lesson. Have a good day. See you.
Hello all, welcome to my training. I'm Alparslan Akyıldız. In this lesson, we will analyze Stuxnet infected computer's memory image. Let's start with getting KDBG value and image info. I'm using -f parameter for specifying the dump file, and I'm gonna use image info parameter in the volatility for determining the KDBG value and image info. Good, we have the KDBG address and the version of the operation system which is dumped the memory. Let's list the process which existed in the system. I'm using KDBG for accelerating my process and decreasing the time. I'm specifying the KDBG value like this and -f parameters. I'm giving the dump file name and -- profile. I'm setting the profile. And I'm using list command for listing the processes. Great, I'm looking the running process. There are 3 instances of the lsass.exe process. This is suspicious and abnormal. lsass.exe must have only one instance in the system. 1, 2, and 3. As you see, ipconfig executed at the command line, but it's not important for us. Please look carefully the lsass.exe process times. They are inconsistent. Inconsistent times. And they are suspicious. Let's go on displaying process tree for detection suspicious parent-child relations in the process list. I still see 3 instances lsass.exe. Like before, let's check the kernel modules. Rootkits can use the driver files for hiding itself. For this purpose, I'm gonna modules parameter. Let's quickly browse the driver files. I'm searching for a normal driver file. Scroll up, scroll down, examine, maybe we can find something suspicious from the list. Great, we have detected suspicious and malicious driver file. mrxnet.sys file is suspicious file. I'm gonna prove that I will send it to VirusTotal. Let's dump the model for investigation. Yeah, I'm using moddump and I need to specify the base address of the sys file, and I'm specifying the directory which is saved the dump. After the process is completed, I'm gonna send it to VirusTotal for analyzing. As you see, it's flagged as Stuxnet. Thanks for listening. That's all for video. See you. Hello friends, I'm Alper Sanakyıldız. Welcome to my lesson. In this lesson, we will analyze Darkometrat's memory image. First, we will need to detect the version of the operating system with the image info argument. I'm gonna get the KDBG value. Great. I keep on my analysis step with displaying the running process with as least argument of the volatility for finding suspicious processes. I'm specifying the KDBG value for accelerating my process, and I'm gonna specify the requirement parameters for displaying the process list. This is good. This is KDBG value and -f for specifying the image file name, and I'm gonna use pslist command for listing the processes which runs on the system. Good. I'm checking. Great. We have detected a misspelling process. Attacker impersonates runddl32.exe with misspelling as runddl32.exe. It's great. We have detected the issue now. Now I'm searching for hidden process with psxweave argument of the volatility. I'm waiting for listing the output to OK. I have listed some hidden process and I suspect malicious DLL activity issue because I saw DLL host and SVC host is hidden. I go on with runddl32.exe process. I list the DLLs of this process for finding something is weird. I'm examining the DLLs, every DLL step by step, and I'm googling at the background for finding something is malicious or suspicious, but I can't find anything about this DLL list. Okay, maybe maybe I have overlooked something. I don't know. I have decided to dump the runddl32.exe process files with dump file argument of the volatility. -r for specifying the process and -D for specifying the directory which is the output will be saved under. Okay. Wait for it. Good. I keep them for reversing and malware analysis, but first I will send them to VirusTotal for quick pre-scanning activity. Nice. Before that, I sent them. I will check the process tree for finding related something with runddl32 process or suspicious parent-child process relationships. This process seems to be normal, and go on the following processes with SVC host, DLL host, .exe processes. Okay. cmd.exe spawns the runddl32.exe and it spawns notepad.exe as subprocess. Great. I'm gonna investigate notepad.exe process. For this purpose, I browse the DLL list of the notepad.exe. I'm searching something, but I have nothing from this output. Maybe I overlooked something. Let's scan a notepad.exe process for finding malware indicators. I'm scanning the process. Nice. As you see, we have found instructions of malicious code by using a signature-based technique with volatility. I will perform mutex channel searching with mutescan argument. mutex channels are used for preventing again and again infection by the malware authors. Great. I have already detected a mutex name. It can be used for creating IOC in the next steps. I'm googling it for finding useful information about this mutex. As you see, this is the dark comet route. Good. Let's dump the memory of the runddl32.exe process for investigating. I'm using memdump command for this purpose, and I'm specified the process identifier number -p parameter, and I'm specifying -D with the directory which will be saved to dump file. Okay. Good. Let's investigate the dump strings with strings tool in Microsoft Windows. I have seen some DLL names, and this is suspicious because keyboard, like, they are used for describing the keyboard types and countries. Interesting. These are chat comments of the remote access Trojan. These are great indicators. These are proxy comments for pivoting and ladder movement, as you see. Sucks 5, it sucks 5. Good. And I'm searching for some file transferring strings. As you see, these upload commands for uploading file, downloading, and others. Okay. Let's check the persistency of the remote access Trojan. I will examine the run register for detecting persistency. We can also investigate scheduled tasks, services, and other issues. Great. As you see, runddl30.exe is automatically started every time when OS is started. That's all for video. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm Alparslan Akıldız. In this lesson, we are going to analyze the Cridex remote access Trojan memory dump with volatility. We will obtain important artifacts from memory for creating indicator of compromises. Let's start with finding KDBG and detecting version with imageinfo. I'm searching for output. Great. After that, let's examine the process tree for finding a suspicious process. I'm specifying the KDBG value, like every time, and -f parameter for specifying the dump file, and I'm giving --profile for specifying the operating system version. Then I'm going to use passlist command for listing the process volatility. I'm examining the process, and I saw that reader_sl.exe process is suspicious process. Let's go on with process list without displaying the tree. Okay. This is simple process list, and I'm checking the reader underscore sl.exe process ID, and I'm noting it. I'm writing. I see the same suspicious process as before. I'm gonna research the hidden process with psxview parameter, and I'm waiting for output again. I have nothing is valuable from this output, but I keep on trying for finding something something is malicious or suspicious. We will proceed through reader underscore sl.exe process. I'm gonna examine the network connections with conscan command, and I have found two IP addresses which uses the unusual port. I will map this connection with process by using process IDs. Let's check the process list for surging 1484 process. This is the explorer.exe process, and explorer process found the suspicious process as subprocess, as you see. Our suspicious process, if you remember, is reader underscore sl. I need to get process dump for malware analysis. Let's get it. For this purpose, I'm using proc_dump parameter of the volatility and -p for specifying the process ID of the target process, and capital D for specifying the location for saving the memory process dump. I'm so sorry. After that, I need to get memory dump for my analysis. Let's get it too. I have process dump, and after that, this operation, I have memory dump too. Good. I will perform basic malware analysis technique with string tool. I look after the string in the memory dump. Um, I'm searching some specific strings for creating IOCs. This is so fast, like Matrix. Cool down and use more. Good. Um, I'm finding some strings is useful for me, and this is path. I can use all of them for creating IOCs. This is a register value, and wow, it's the important. We cache the bank's domain list in the remote access Trojan. Great. I will use them for creating indicator of compromises. The following steps. I'm examining the domains. It's a great work for us. Very important for reporting or creating IOCs. Real good. This is another bank and PayPal.com. Wow, it's good. I need to use static code analyzing for this JavaScript code. Maybe it steals cookie, maybe it's performing click checking. I don't know, but I'm gonna find out. Let's filter the IP addresses which we found with netscan parameter before in memory dump. Okay, I have new strings from this output. Great, let's filter again with new strings. Very good. I have new indicators. We have new IOCs. Fantastic. I'm checking the registry for persistency issue, and I'm gonna query the known registries which is used for persistent issue, and I'm examining for finding something is malicious or suspicious, and yep, this binary is malicious binary and it runs at every time when operating system starts. That's all for video. Thank you for listening. See you.
Hello everyone, I'm Alparslan Akyıldız. We have already came to module 4. Until we come this module, we have learned a lot, such as cyber kill chain, network protection and detection devices criticism, TTP, IOC, threat intel gathering sources, network forensic like detection exploits, detection web attacks, detection client-side attacks over network traffic. In module 3, we have learned the Windows processes, dumping the memory images, injection techniques, and memory forensic subjects. We have analyzed the Comet, Stuxnet, Zeus, Cridex, remote access Trojans, and DLL injection incidents. We can detect some of the attacks from network traffic, however, we cannot detect some of them, even if we cannot detect and describe some attack patterns in full. We can see the anomalies. And if we implement real-time analysis, we go to endpoint and we dump the memory image for investigating the process. From this point, we find the malicious process, and from this, we find the malware in disk or memory for analyzing. What if we investigate the past incidents? We need to examine logs. What if we need to analyze the pivot point, services, command line parameters at the past logins, RDP connections? We need to examine log sources. What if we need to aggregate, cluster, and query the data which come from log sources? We need to collect logs in a point and we should correlate and visualize them. For this purpose, we can implement ELK or Splunk. Optionally, you can implement various CMs like QRadar or ArcSight. Okay, as a brief, we can see every attack vector from network traffic. Even if we can detect the anomalies, we should analyze the endpoint logs like event log or syslog like this. In Windows platform, we will use and configure sysmon. It's very easy to use. We can filter the events with sysmon config. Once download the sysmon from official site, we can install sysmon like shown on the slide. -E, we will use -E parameter for installing drivers and -H parameters for specifying the hash types and -N parameters for login network and -L parameters for log loading modules. We can update the config with -C parameters. Please look at the slide, okay? And please focus the tag on match part of the slide, as you see. Tag on match tag determines whether the event specified in a filter is included or excluded. Okay, this is the decision mechanism. For example, in the slide, cmd.exe and vmic and PowerShell.exe processes includes logging. If you use exclude instead of include, system doesn't log them. Good. Before analyzing, you should know the sysmon event ID numbers, okay? I'm going to tell you frequently used and I common use sysmon event IDs, okay? All of them are important, but I'm going to choose some of them for telling you based on my experience. First, process create event ID number is very important, and this is 1. Okay, we're gonna filter in ELK or sysmon analyzing. During the sysmon analyzing, we will use this. Okay, and I'm sorry, network connection event ID is 3. We are gonna display and examine the network connections by using this filter and event ID, equal tree filter. Good. I'm gonna use driver loaded event ID as a 6 because finding the kernels in an operating system, it's very important for us. And keep on. Image loaded is very important, 7, and create remote thread. If I wanna give some example about it, imagine that an attacker compromised a system and he executed the mimikatz for dumping the hash value from the system. For this purpose, and based on our previous analysis in memory forensic, attacker should create a create remote thread, and attacker injected the malicious code into lsass.exe process, and he retrieved the password hash from this process. Okay, this is very important. And file creation is very important for us because some malware drops some files to the disk and we need to investigate them. We can use file creation filter with event ID 11, and we can examine and trace these events. Okay, process access is very important for us because give you an example hash dumping with mimikatz. As you remember, attacker needs to access to lsass.exe process. So we can filter this for examining the attack. Good. And we are gonna investigate the registries changing in operating system, because as you see under the run registry, attackers put some executable or other script under this HKLM Microsoft software Microsoft Windows current version /run registry. Yes, if I remember the truth, yeah, I remember it. And they make their servers persistent in the system. Okay, we are gonna examine the registries with event ID 13 and 14. Okay, they are very important too. Good. We need to track the login activities for clarifying the unauthorized access to the systems. We need to trace admin logins or hours to the system at unplanned times, and we examine local admin sessions interactions with Active Directory like this. The event IDs, which is given in the list, are used for tracing the login activities. Okay, they are very important for us. 4624 event ID is used for investigating successful compromise incidents. You can investigate login access of the suspicious accounts and times to the computer. And we are gonna examine the security log for finding these types of event IDs. Okay. Then 4625 event ID shows us failed login. Okay, we are gonna use for investigating brute force attacks, dictionary attacks, and suspicious access attempts. And we are gonna examine the security log at the same place as before. And 4634 and 4647 event logs are used by us for investigating abnormal access to the network computers by examining log of times. This is the successful log of operations. Okay, we are going to use these listing the successful log of operations. It's good. And 4648 event ID is used for researching some privilege anomalies in a computer or investigating executed commands with high privilege with run as command. Okay, we are going to examine the security log. We are finding this event ID in security log, and it's called explicit credentials, like run as. Okay. In 4679 ID is used for filtering the administrator logins. Okay, we are gonna research for logins of administrators with this. And 4776 event ID is used for filtering or monitoring the local users' login activities between Active Directory and local computer. Good. And others, very important too. For example, we want to examine and investigate the creating user accounts and related user accounts for finding some malicious users in a network or unusual accounts. For this purpose, we are going to use these event IDs. 4720 event ID is used for investigating for creating users. Good. And 4722 event ID shows us enabled accounts in the system. Good. Please look at carefully the rest of the event IDs in the screen, and I'm gonna use most of these event IDs during the lab tutorial in the following lesson. Good. Login type codes give us very important clues for accessing the sources and the accounts in the network or operating systems. It's very important for us, okay? For example, 2 represents the login via console, like keyboard, KVM, and server. And 3 is very important because it shows us network logon, okay? SMB, RDP, and other logon techniques, we can use the 3 for finding them, okay? Login type codes. Good. And 4 shows us batch logon, and 7 is very important for finding RDP sessions because it shows us RDP session reconnection. Okay, it's very good. When we use 4624 event ID and login type code 7, we can filter the RDP session reconnect events in our screen. Excellent. 8 represents the network login sending credentials as clear text, and 10 shows us remote desktop connections. And if you want to examine and investigate the remote desktop connections in your network by using the event IDs, you can use 4624 event ID and logon type 10. Fantastic. I wanna give an example. This is the pass the hash attack in Windows 8 box, and please careful about the logon type. Logon type is 3 because this connection comes over the network. This authentication occurred from network. So this logon type is 3, okay? But be careful about that. Security ID is null SID, null security identifier. This is the suspicious and normal. And please notice that K length is 0 and logon process and TLM SSP. This is great. This is the PSExec tools pass the hash attack. Good. We need to investigate RDP connections. For this purpose, we can use 4778 and 4779 event IDs for filtering RDP session reconnected and disconnected issues. We are going to investigating RDP issues on a network with these event IDs, and we need to examine security logs because these event IDs reside in security log. Good. We can use 4624 and logon type 7 or logon type 10 for finding RDP sessions from the screen locked or unlocked screens, and in type 10 RDP logon events. That's very good. And I give you some event IDs below these event IDs for finding the destination hostname, destination IP addresses, and blank usernames. How can a user authenticate a system or access a system with blank username? This is very good. An attacker can use the sticky keys for opening a CMD box, and he can authenticate the system and he can execute unauthorized code from this CMD box. Okay, we can investigate this incident with 1149 event IDs. Good. Kerberoasting attacks are very popular, as you see. Golden ticket, silver ticket impersonations, and other attacks. Attackers implement pasty ticket attacks for compromising their targets, as you know. We can use these event ID numbers for tracing the Kerberos attack issues. 4768 is used for filtering the ticket was granted events in the logs, okay? And 4769 can be used for filtering service ticket request, access to the server resource. And 4771 is used for filtering for authentication failed. Kerberos failed login for investigation suspicious attempts with this event ID. Okay, we are gonna examine these event IDs in security log. Good. Threat actors often use shares for lateral movement in a network or enumerating issues. We should inspect the share incidents with given event ID numbers such as 5140 for filtering the network share was accessed events, okay, for detecting suspicious shares, and 5145 event ID can be used for filtering shared object accessed events in Sysmon, ALK, or Splunk. Good. Scheduled tasks are used for persistency by the attackers. This is the way we investigate scheduled tasks. You can use these event ID numbers, which is given at the slide, okay? Scheduled task created and scheduled task deleted. This is 4698 is used for scheduled task created in the Sysmon logs or event ID logs. Good. We are gonna examine the security logs for this purpose, okay? And mostly used scheduled task filtering event ID is 47,000 and 47,001 event IDs, but at the same time I most probably use in the future 4698 event ID. Okay, good. Scheduled tasks are very important, and I'm gonna present this scheduled tasks relation with MITRE framework attack in the following lessons. Good. Process creation. Process creation is one of the most important events for us as an analyst, because process events are very important for us because we can display the command line parameters times process information from these events. Okay, we use these two event ID numbers for filtering process issues. 4688 and 4689 process creation event IDs for used by us for filtering the new process created or process exit events. Good. Services event ID numbers are very important for us because adversaries can use services for privilege escalation and persistent issues. Look at the slide, please. I'm gonna use this for detecting ACE.exe and services activities in Windows. I often use 7035 and 7045 event IDs for filtering the services events during the threat hunting or incident response activities. Lastly, I'm going to show you some applications and PowerShell event IDs in the system. Applications give us very important clues about the incidents. Unwanted applications must be detected in the system, and some of the malicious application can be installed to the victim computers without victim's intent. Okay, so we can investigate the application events with the event ID numbers which is given in the slides. And adversaries develops anti-forensic techniques day after day. They can clean event logs in a computer. We can track this by looking 1102 and 104 incidence event ID numbers. They cannot be deleted, but threat actors may encrypt them. That's why we collect logs in the central points. This is very important. Other PowerShell detection event ID numbers are given in the slide. That's all for our video. Thank you for listening. See you.
Hello everyone, I'm Alparslan Akyıldız. In this lesson, we are gonna discuss threat hunting over elk. It will be very excited. This lesson is part 1 for elk series. Before beginning, let's talk about elk and our needs. elk is the acronym for 3 open source projects: Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana. Elasticsearch is a search and analytics engine. Logstash is a server-side data processing pipeline that ingests data from multiple sources simultaneously, transforms it, and then sends it to a stash like Elasticsearch. Kibana lets user visualize data with charts and graphs in Elasticsearch. When we implement compromise assessment or perform incident response, we need to point in time logs, real-time logs, and past-time logs. For this purpose, we should collect logs from pertinent log sources, and we should centralize them in ELK or Splunk. ELK provides us classifying data, clustering, and visualizing. We search it, aggregate it, filter it, and join data for performing our analysis. Okay? Let's go to the ELK for our first analyzing labs. I have already installed the sysmon into the clients, and I'm using ELK for aggregating the logs from my endpoints. As you see, this is the ELK interface, and this is dashboard. We need to choose last 5 years to display logs at the past as long period, as you see. Great. Please look the left bar on the page. We will use this filter for joining and classifying the data during our analysis. These fields are used by me frequently, so I'll move them automatically to the top of the field bar. Let's check the network connections and processes relations with adding the appropriate fields. I'm adding the process name, parent process name, and executable, parent executable. Some of them empty because they are not process creation events. They are network connection events. So there are no process information for these events. Let's catch some suspicious processes. I see a PowerShell connection. Let's filter only network connection events with event ID filter tree from the search area. Good, search field, I'm sorry. For this purpose, I'm going to use a filter like this winlog.event_id IDs 3. This is the event ID number for displaying the network connections in my screen. Great. This is the connections. Comes from my endpoint to the other sources. Okay. As you see, this is the IP addresses of the connections. Source IP, destination port. I see PowerShell and 1DLI 32.exe originated network connections. They are suspicious network connections, as you see. And if you look carefully, you can see some exe files causes opening new network connections in my network. Okay. Run DLL 32.exe connections, as you see. Some of them established to the internal machines. PowerShell.exe connections at the top of the list, and great! I have catched strange connection from NTP and SMB ports. It's weird because they established by Microsoft_PuTTY.exe process. This is not real PuTTY. let's visualize it for seeing the rates of the connections of the processes. Good. It provides us a great visualization platform, and have a glance, quick glance. Okay, very good. Keep on analyzing with the other filters for displaying some incidents in my endpoints. It's good. Now I'm examining the process creation incidents with event ID number 1 from system logs. As you see, I'm gonna use 1 instead of 3 because I want to display the process creation events. Let's add some fields for associating the processes. I'm gonna detect suspicious process and their parents for eliminating the some weird relationships, okay, abnormal relationships. Good. I'm looking for process names. Yeah, I can display the process itself, its parents, and executable files, and executables parents, executable files. That's great. I join the data and display it, and now I'm analyzing the incidents easily, thanks to Elk. Look at this. I cached a PowerShell, which is base64 encoded, and it was executed by CMD. That's interesting. Let's decode it. Good. I'm using an online decoder for this purpose, and when I decode the code, please look at this. As you see, the attacker downloads the Mimikatz without touching the disk and execute in the memory. Great. I keep on analyzing the other PowerShell.exe processes in my list, okay? And I'm performing threat hunting like this way, and I have some executables processes too. I have already found that our encoded PowerShell calls most probably malicious, and as you see, the calls are encoded with base64 encoding technique. Good. That's another interesting malicious PowerShell code. Okay, it was executed at one of my endpoints. I detected an anomaly. PowerShell was triggered by the mshda.exe. This is a technique which is used for bypassing applet security measures. That's good. This is the new PowerShell code. It's encoded again, and please look at the careful. mshda.exe triggers a suspicious HDA file. This is the parent command line, and I can see the malicious HDA file from here. But I wonder that where did HDA file come? Did it come from browser or CMD command line? If you notice the browser underscore broker, you can understand from this HDA file came from the browser via a link or a website. Okay, now keep on analyzing, and this please look at it carefully again, and you can see this HDF file was executed directly from the CMD box, CMD command line box, okay, in Windows. Good. I'm searching something is useful and I'm scrolling up down for finding something, okay. Now let's examine the process creation incidents which occurred under temp directory. As you know, malwares often execute temp directory for executing something is malicious, okay. Go under the temp directory for this purpose, and I'm gonna filter the temp directory and I'm gonna display the process creation. It gives us the process creation executable process creation under temp directory, as you see. Very good, great. We have found some malicious executables. WScript is used for executing VBS files. As you see, we have found some possible malicious VBS files. I'm looking the other weird exe files, as you see, and file name is generated by random. It's similar to malware behaviors, okay? And let's investigate a WScript process for finding its parent and child VBS execution process. As you see, explorer.exe is the parent process of the WScript.exe. This is suspicious VBS file, as you see, Visual Basic Codes. It includes Visual Basic Codes, and that's another file I have already found. And under temp directory, there are VBS file too. It's suspicious too. I'm analyzing, as you see. A lot of VBS file was triggered by the WScript.exe process. Okay, good. Keep on searching and analyzing. So, it is good. Let's investigate the PowerShell processes. What are the parents and childs of the PowerShells? As you remember, PowerShell process established some network connection, and they go from inside network to outside network, as you see. I'm looking for some PowerShell.exe processes, and I saw encoded command line parameters, and go on my analyzing process with good. This is good. PRCWE.exe is used for executing the macro codes. Let's inspect it. Wow, this is great. Macro code includes base 64 encoded PowerShell. Let's decode it. And it's triggered by the hour process. It's good. I'm decoding the code, and I have obtained the decoded code, but if you look at it carefully, this code was used by the attacker for downloading the string of the script, and it includes base 64 code again. Let's decode it too again, okay? This is the new base 64 encoded string, and I'm gonna decode it. Fantastic. This is the attacker IP address. Following lessons, we will filter this for narrowing the research outputs and accelerating our analysis. This is good. I'm looking for the other processes different from before. This is the PowerShell code again, encoded, and it triggers from the CMD box in Windows. Good. This is another PowerShell code I have found and tagged. I'm looking for other issues, and I'm examining the PowerShell.exe processes behaviors in the endpoint. As you see, again, VMI PRVCE executes the PowerShell as macro code. This process is used for executing the macro codes. So I'm going to investigate the documents, okay? Word documents. Let's filter, before that, let's filter this process, okay? This is good. Process's parent process is SVC host. As you see, from this point, we should perform timeline analysis and network forensic, and we had better find WinWord activities for finding out what document is malicious or what document includes the microcodes. Okay, I'm filtering the WinWord.exe processes in my uh, endpoint. This is good. I will implement the time analysis. For finding with a payment document is so close to incident time. Okay, this is the creation time is so close. And let's examine the other WinWord.exe processes behaviors for finding the malicious file in my system. Okay, good. Another malicious files can be customer agreement as soon as possible file is used by the attacker for compromising our system. Maybe I'm gonna analyze it, okay? Let's filter run the alert32.exe process. It's really good. Let's check the parent process of the run the alert32. As you remember, it established some weird network connections before and we detected. Good. This run the alert32 is the child of the cmd.exe. Let's go to the content. Great. Test DLL execute from remote share. I note that and keep on my analyzing. I'm gonna reverse this DLL in the following lessons or later. Okay. This is the one DLL 32.exe process and I'm examining step by step. Okay. Maybe I can find something is weird like this. This is the test DLL2 as you see. Okay. Maybe this process is weird too because it's triggered from the command line, as you see. Test data again. Let's go. This is the test data again. And if you notice the IP address is the attacker IP address we found before. I saw a new run DLR32 process which is spammed by the PowerShell. Let's examine it. It's very important for us. Okay, this is the trick. Can you see the malicious.dll file? Good. That's another process spammed by the CMD. It's great. This is the low-pass technique for bypassing EDR or antiviruses. I'm gonna map this with MITRE framework in the following lessons. This is good. This is low-pass techniques. Good. Script downloaded something from the GitHub page. This is another low-pass technique which is used ActiveX for exploitation. Really good. This is the test script. Most probably threat actor or adversary tried to execute script. Okay. This is another malicious DLL. It seems like Windows Update Server files, as you see, Versus, and most probably this DLL is malicious too. Another update DLL file is malicious too, with executed update DLL. This is the same. Really good, fantastic. It's great. Keep on searching something and I'm gonna write a filter. Let's brief our findings with processes filters again. We detected PowerShell execution with MSHDA and run DLL32 process are used for executing suspicious DLL files. Also, low-pass technique was used. We detected, as you see. As a brief, I can say that. Okay. We have detected malicious IP which is used by the attacker by decoding some base 64 encoded script before. Yeah, implementing some process like process parent name, and I'm filtering the MITRE processes for displaying the MITRE execution in my endpoint. I'm filtering the mshda.exe. Have a quick glance at the malicious HDA files, as you see. That's all for video. Thank you for listening. See you. Hello friends, I'm Alparslan Akyıldız. We keep on our analysis with ELK in this lesson. We will focus the adversary's command and control IP addresses, okay? That's good. We will detect the pivot point for data exploration and adversaries' data exploration tactics and tools for creating TTPs in the next lessons. First, I'm going to filter the command and control IP by use the adversary. We have already detected at the previous lesson from document files and remote access trojans. Good. I have already seen a lot of events related to this malicious IP address. For filtering and reducing my research area, I'm gonna use this IP address for filtering. Okay, I'm waiting. Good. I have displayed a lot of events related to the malicious command and control IP address. Let's examine the process creations which are related to command and control IP address. Let's filter, and I'm gonna use the event ID number 1 for filtering the process creations. This is very good. It's great. I have already found the malicious HDA file we have detected in a previous lesson, as you remember. Okay, let's toggle the message part for making easier our analyzing issues. I'm seeing the malicious HDA file and scroll up for starting a new search in the ELK. I'm looking the other events, and I have detected the other HDA file which is malicious and used by adversary. Good. Let's add other fields like process name, parent process name, process executable for associating the incidents, and I'm gonna find some relations about the events and I will report it. Let's inspect the run.dll32.exe. We have already detected test.dll malicious file before. Great. I'm searching for finding new things. I'm looking twice because I don't want to overlook something. Every detail is important for me as an analyst or threat hunter. I keep on searching for finding new things and suspicious or weird process. Wow, it's great. It's so good. I have seen NetSH process. It's used for adding, deleting, and changing rules over Windows Firewall, as you see. Command show us adversary performs reverse forwarding for establishing a connection from intranet box to command and control server's IP addresses. 1370th port is open in Windows 8 box, and every packet which is sent at this port are redirected to command and control server's 110th port. Let's investigate a PowerShell issue now. As you see, adversary used download string with PowerShell and he didn't touch the disk. He put the code into the RAM and he executed the code like web_delivery module of the web Metasploit. It's similar, okay? I need to implement some network forensic for proving the connection's success. Good. As you see, some suspicious processes are started. Yep, I found. This is the malicious DLL file. We know it before, as you see. Update.dll. It seems like a Windows update, as if he were sent it from the Visual server for updating the endpoint, but it's malicious. It's very good. This is the update DLL malicious file we have already detected before we know it. Okay. I have seen an interesting exe file which is executed by run dll32.exe. Let's inspect it. An important point is that dns.exe spawned cmd.exe. It's very suspicious, okay? Look at it carefully, the queue of the process. It seems like a hack tool. So I need to implement some network forensic, okay? And endpoint forensic, endpoint analysis. Let's implement a timeline analysis. Go back to CM or IPS or IDS for analyzing the one-day full pcap capture. After that, we are gonna reverse these exe files. Let's filter the traffic. I'm suspecting from the DNS tunnel because of the name of the tool, okay? DNS.exe. And I'm implementing my DNS tunnel filter. Great. I have detected the adversary tool. DNSCAP is used for DNS tunneling. Fantastic. It's very good. Good. Now, go back to analysis in ELK. Keep on analyzing, and I have detected another exe file. I'm looking at another hacking tool that's ICMP-SH. It's used for ICMP tunneling or remote code execution through ICMP connection. For being sure that whether tunnel was created successful or not, I'm gonna analyze the network traffic, and I'm analyzing the pcap file for finding abnormal ICMP connections, and I'm using my filter. I have teach you in the previous lessons. That's great. I can see the ICMP tunnel now. It's continuous traffic and packets with payload. Look at this attacker executes some commands of the ICMP connections, and he put the command in ICMP payload, as you see. Okay, it's very great. I'm going to use this information for creating TTP against the adversary. It's cool. This is another command was executed inside the ICMP payload. I'm finding the commands inside the ICMP payload, as I said before. Good. I'm gonna try to find other commands in payloads. Okay. I have detected dir command for displaying the directories. Command executed successfully. I'm reporting it. I catched a very important thing. Pelling was used for connection issues from command line. I'm gonna examine and analyze it. It's suspicious too, because I know that the endpoints uses PATI, and pelling is weird here. So have a glance quickly. Fantastic. I have already detected reverse SSH tunnel. Great. I have captured the attacker IP port and command and control SSH username and password. It's very good. Let's perform time analysis with network forensic. I'm gonna prove the SSH tunnel. I'm filtering the 53 port in my network traffic because I saw this port in the Paling command line. Okay, I'm filtering port at the related date, time period, and implementing SSH connection filter. Yep, I'm searching the pertinent string on traffic. I have proof that the SSH connection was established successfully. I'm sure that. Yep, I have detected it now. And I have captured the uh, username and password of the command and control server. That's great. Let's check the PowerShell process again. Maybe I overlooked something, okay? And everything is important. Every detail is important for me. And I'm checking the PowerShell processes again. This is the same attack vector. I have detected it and looked at others. Yep, it's very important. I saw RTM in the message. I saw RTM. That means most probably a Word document triggers the PowerShell code. Let's investigate and analyze. But I have already found the Word document with malicious macros in previous lesson. Let's scan quickly file creation events with event ID 11. Let's filter it. The file path for searching under specific directories and displaying them. I have appended logic and I'm filtering the desktop. Let's filter desktop for finding the creations under desktop directories. And this is good. I have detected two files are suspicious door.exe and crypt.sp.dll. Maybe it was used for DLL hijacking. I'm gonna investigate it. Let's filter some other files under the temp directory document, and I'm noting this for investigating the following lesson. That's good. I'm gonna remove the file path and I'm filtering the temp directory again. Maybe I can catch something is suspicious or weird for malware analyzing. Searching. I'm searching for a exe file. Do you remember it? I have detected some executables under temp directory and they were created by a VBS script, and the VBS script was created by the macro codes in previous lesson. And this lesson, we have just detected Microsoft underscore putty.exe. Let's investigate its network connections, okay? I'm filtering the destination IP or source IP or destination port by using the fields which are existed in uh, left bar, as you see. It's very good. Turn back to the process. Where was it executed? It's executed from desktop. I saw because the PAM process is explorer.exe. It's very good, fantastic. I'm researching. Maybe I can find something about it, and I'm gonna reverse it. Good. Thank you for listening. That's all for video. See you. Hello friends, I'm Alparslan Akyıldız. Welcome to my training. In this lesson, we will go on our threat hunting process with elk. We will detect persistency methods of the adversary. For this purpose, we are going to implement some filters and we will check the services and registries and schedule tasks. It's great. Let's search for created service. You have already know the event ID numbers from the previous lessons. Now I'm filtering for finding the created service events in elk. Great. Now I have filtered the service creation events. I will glance quickly the content of the events. Yep, as you see, we have detected a malicious service. Adversary created a service called backdoor service with netcat, as you see. This service automatically starts every time when computer operating system starts. So adversary can execute commands the 1000 per 132 port. It gives leverage to attacker for being persistent at the system, at the compromised system, as you see. Let's toggle message part and look for other services for catching something suspicious in the system. I'm searching for something is suspicious and yep, I have already detected malicious PowerShell activity and it starts with a rogue service, as you see. Let's display the content of the PowerShell code, and this is the malicious encoded PowerShell code. It was encoded by the base 64, okay? These artifacts MITRE get system artifacts. Let's inspect this. I'm gonna inspect the command line parameters and comments uh, for finding the artifacts of the system. That's really good. This is another command artifacts in the system. I keep on searching for suspicious activities. Now, this service is legal, but I see that service unquoted. I note that because unquoted services can be exploited by the attackers or hackers. This is a vulnerability, okay? Let's go to search field and filter PowerShell for created services. I'm gonna control if I overlooked something before, okay? For being sure. We have already found them. We don't overlook anything. Let's investigate private firewall service, as I mentioned before. This is the weak point of the service. If I were an attacker, I put the malicious file into here with appending exe extension. Let's try to search it. Private firewall.exe file like an attacker. Okay. Yep, as I guessed before. I found them. Let's filter with process creation and private firewall.exe for filtering the behaviors of the process. Okay. It's fantastic. I'm filtering now for finding the other events in elk. This is really good, friends. We have detected an exploitation event and attacker used the unquoted service vulnerability for exploiting this service. As you see, attacker puts it the directory for exploiting unquoted service vulnerability, and it provides attacker persistence or maybe privilege escalation. I'm gonna investigate it. I don't know yet, but I will find out. Let's investigate se.exe events, service creation events, with a specific exe file. And when I filter this file, I need to focus suspicious service, and I have already know the name of the service. This is the backdoor service, as you remember. That's good. Bingo. Now, I have detected the command for creating the malicious service by the attacker. This is the command line parameters and command. I will search scheduled tasks for threat hunting now. Okay. And I'm going to use scheduled tasks exe file for filtering scheduled tasks. But before, I will implement the event ID numbers for filtering the scheduled tasks like this. Yeah. I have nothing, but I keep on trying to find something for scheduled tasks. Lastly, I'm gonna try to schedule tasks exe file for filtering. I have already catch misspelling svc host.exe process, and the executable exists under the desktop directory. This is high suspicious executable, and I'm gonna send it for malware analysis process. This is the command line arguments attacker uses that for being persistence in a system. It's really nice. It's really good. As you remember from previous lesson, we detected a suspicious deal under the desktop directory. I check it again, okay? Yeah, good. Later, I'm gonna reverse it and implement some malware analysis. Keep this. Maybe it can be used for DLL injection. I will find out later, but PowerShell image is PowerShell, and this is the DLL. Maybe it was used for reflected DLL injection or other DLL hijacking or DLL injection issues. I don't know. Let's investigate hashtam or mimikatz with surging credit remote thread for LSA SS.exe process. I'm filtering the create remote thread event ID, and I'm giving the LSA SS.exe process as a process name for filtering the create remote thread for LSA.exe process. That's nice. Maybe attacker performs hashdown or used mimikatz or kiwi. Let's filter RDP port. We have already detected some malicious activities like SSH download, but I'm controlling it again. That's good. We have already found them. Let's search RDP events with appropriate event ID numbers. Inlog.event underscore ID, and for 7, 78, and 79, I have nothing. Connect and disconnect events. Okay, let's search for network sharing with the appropriate event IDs, which is given you below in the previous lesson. All right, let's investigate registry creation. I'm gonna filter specific registries which are used for persistency. I'm searching for specific registries which are used for persistency issue like conversion /run or other persistency registries for used to start the program at every operating system starting. I have nothing. Okay, that's all for video. Thank you for listening. See you. Hello everyone, welcome to my lesson. I'm Alparslan Akyıldız. In this lesson, we are going to learn analyzing, inspecting logon, logoff activities and account activities such as creating, deleting, enabling, and assigning. Okay, here we go. And go on with elk. Let's start analyzing our process. First, I'm going to filter successful login activities into the systems. I'm filtering with 4624 event for displaying successful logins to the system, as you know. I'm displaying and let's add the username and computer name filters for making easier our analysis. I have already catched an anonymous login, but it's nothing for me, okay? Let's analyze the failed login activities with 4625 event ID. This is the failed login, and I'm looking the username and computer name for detecting a suspicious activity, and I have nothing. Okay, let's inspect logins with explicit credentials. If the adversary used run as command from the command line, I can detect it from here, as you know. Let's continue with inspecting logon activities with other filter, okay? I will investigate the user creating activities. I'm changing my way. Yep, I have catched the useful log for me. This account was created by the adversary. Okay, I have already found what I search. This is really good. I'm filtering enable activity for accounts. These accounts are enabled, as you see. Enabled accounts are listed in the screen. This is the event ID, you know, security identifier, and hacker account is the suspicious account. Let's inspect the password reset activities with the appropriate event ID number, and I'm filtering the reset activities. I will look the deleted users. Maybe I can catch something from this. And default user 0 was deleted. Saying that. Let's check the group assignments activities for finding something is useful for my analysis. That's the SID number and the user assigned to administrator. That's all for video. Thank you for listening. See you. Hello everyone, I'm Alparslan Akyıldız. Welcome to my lesson. In this lesson, we are gonna map the attacks which was detected as before in the previous analysis, and I'm gonna map these attacks with MITRE framework. Let's display our findings quickly. I need to choose last 5 years for displaying the past logs in my system. And I'm gonna write a filter for filtering the process creation. And I'm searching for HDA files. I'm starting with HDA files. I remind you again, we have already detected the attacks and patterns before in previous lessons. It's good. I'm looking at the events, and this is the message part of the events. Maybe I need to add some fields, some columns for facilitating my analyzing process. As you see, this is the process arguments, and I'm toggling it. And this is the parent command line, and I'm toggling it too. Great. Let's add new columns for facilitating our analysis. You can see malicious HDA files. Some of them executes from CMD, and some of them executed from browser, internet browser. I'm inspecting, and this is the HDA files, malicious HDA files, and another malicious HDA files. I need to add the parent process names, and I can clearly see where the HDA files from executed. Okay, for example, did it was it executed from the command line or browser? Good. Adding parent process executable, and I see from broker underscore browser some of them, and it means some HDA files were downloaded from the browser. Let's search and map this attack by using MITRE framework. Put it the presentation. Go to search box and search for HDA techniques in attack.mitre.org. Great. I already found this technique ID. Notice they may also be executed directly from URLs. It points our downloaded thesis. I said that some of the HDA files were downloaded from the browser, and we can map our attack to this technique in MITRE framework. Those are the APT groups who use this attack technique. I go on with Randall 32. I display the previous attacks. I'm filtering the randall.exe and message column, process name, and process arguments. It's really good. I'm reading the command line arguments, and I have already seen a cmd.exe parent process, and I need to focus that process. And yep, this is suspicious because it was initiated from command line directly, and this is the load bus technique. Adversary used the load bus. I catch you again. In this method, attacker executes JavaScript codes via randall32.exe, and it can be used various purposes. Also, randall32 is in the whitelist. Okay, an attacker tried to bypass security measures in the system. This is the MITRE technique of our finding. Change it. First, I'm gonna search the randall32 techniques in MITRE framework for mapping. This is good. This is the our technique ID. Randall32 can also be used to execute scripts such as JavaScript. This can be done using a syntax similar to this, and this is the example. Okay, technique ID is shown in the screen. 1085, and procedure examples are given in the screen, and you can examine it. These APT groups use this technique. It's great. Okay, uh, go back to ALK and I'm filtering service creation event ID number for showing you malicious services in the ALK. This is very good. This is the backdoor service, which was created by the adversary for making himself persistent in the system. Adversary used netcat tool for this purpose. And the backdoor service starts automatically. This is the command line parameters, as you see, and this is the image path. Let's go on hunting. Scroll down and look the other events. I have already seen those are MITRE persistent artifacts at operating system. This is MITRE artifact too. Really nice. I have already detected a PowerShell, malicious PowerShell. Don't escape me. I detect you again. This is the malicious service which executes malicious PowerShell codes. Just below that, I see the MITRE artifact contains pipe in CMD. Again, let's go. I'm inspecting all of them step by step now, and I don't wanna overlook something, and I'm looking carefully. As you remember, adversary used to unquoted service exploiting techniques for hiding and making himself persistent by stopping and starting the service. Um, by restarting vulnerable service after copy the malicious.exe to the pertinent place in the directory, he can exploit the pfnet service private firewall.exe, as you remember. Okay. Uh, After my researching from MITRE framework this technique, I have already found this technique. Let's search together. This technique is described in MITRE with relevant technique ID. Masquerading is used by the attacker, and attacker stop and start the services for making persistent himself, and the procedure examples are given in the screen. ID number tactic is persistence, as you see. Let's filter PowerShell, VMI, VCE, and WinWord processes for finding some malicious phishing files in the endpoint system. VMI PRVCE.exe is used for executing macrocodes in Windows systems. Yeah, RTM files, and this is the PowerShell code, malicious PowerShell code, because of where my PRVCE executes it, the code, most probably macro code, and it was extracted from a document file. That's good. I'm filtering via my prvce.exe process in my system, and I'm gonna switch the winword.exe and filter it for seeing the files path for finding malicious files. Let's add some new column. Yep, I'm gonna analyze these files. I need to add new fields. I'm gonna toggle some fields for facilitating my analyzing process, and Better now. I need to take a note for word file names. Let's check the Excel DDE events. My system. Attackers implement DDE attacks, and it's important for me. I'm writing the date of the events, and I'm gonna go to the endpoint for analyzing. That's good. Some Excel files were executed under desktop directory. I'm gonna search. I'm gonna go to the endpoint and look the desktop for these files, and I will transfer the files to the Ramnux operating system for performing quick malware analysis. And I'm gonna make cross check. This box is clone of the endpoint. This training is not malware analysis course, but I will look the files and I will analyze them in Ramnux. Adversary used phishing technique for forcing the victim to click enable button, as you see. This document is empty, but it contains macro codes. And this is the Excel file. Uh, I need to look close because I saw something. Hey, attacker, what did you do? Attacker embed malicious link into the function part, as you see. This is great. As you remember, we have detected some run DLL32.exe processes for getting some malicious DLL files from the remote share, and we have detected the same IP addresses as command and control server IP address. This is great. Let's go to the Remnux for performing some malware analysis techniques. As I said before, this is not malware analysis course, but later times I'm gonna prepare it for you. Let's analyze the files with Oleva tools. Yep, that's done. This is really nice. This file contains malicious macros. It was generated with Metasploit SMB underscore delivery module, and you can see the command and control IP addresses in the other part. Can you see the attacker's IP? Attacker IP. This IP is command and control IP, which is detected by us in ELK with our previous threat hunting. This is really nice. Let's analyze the other file. I'm trying to extract macro codes, and I compared macros with the other macros, which is detected by me in ELK. Yep. I'm gonna check the macro codes. Exactly the same macros with the previous findings in ELK. Yep, I found them. It's real nice. Let's check the NetSH process for eliminating attack pivot points. Maybe I can catch up data exploration or pivot point, because as you know, attackers use Windows firewalls for pop forwarding and redirecting some packets to the external network. Let's check the command line. As you see, attacker opens the 1337 ports and redirect this port to attacker's IP addresses 110 ports. It's real nice. Maybe attacker wants to exfiltrate data from an internal intranet box to the external attacker box by using the compromised Windows 10 machine by opening the specified port on the local computer, and every packets which is sent to the determined port will will be sent to attackers command and control servers 110th port. This is really nice. Let's search it in MITRE. Maybe we can map this issue to the MITRE's technique. I'm searching for it. NetSH proxy. That's good. As you see, I have already found this technique. Okay. Initial connection proxies can be used to consolidate internal connections from compromised systems. Adversaries may use compromised internal system as a proxy in order to conceal the true destination of command and control services traffic. The proxy can redirect traffic from compromised systems inside the network to an external C2 server, making discovery of malicious traffic difficult. Additionally, the network can be used to relay information from one system to external system. This is very good. I show you an ICMP tunnel. We have detected it by performing pcap analysis and our hunting the previous lessons. And I show you again. Okay. I'm searching for pelling.exe, and this is really nice. I prove you an SSH tunnel was created by the adversary. Bingo! Catch you, SSH tunnel. You come up again. This is the SSH tunnel, as you see. As you remember, we have detected it by using the pcap analysis and threat hunting in the previous lesson. And this is the DNS tunnel. And DNS.exe is the binary form of the DNS cat, and we proved that the DNS tunnel was used in network. I mapped these attacks with T1048 technique in MITRE, as you see. This is the exploration over alternative protocols. And it gives SMB example, but it doesn't matter. Let's inspect the scheduled tasks in the ALK. Good. I'm filtering the scheduled tasks, and one of them, which parent is CMD, is weird. This is misspelled SVC host. Attacker used 0 instead of O, and this is malicious file. As you see, okay. I mapped this to T153 techniques in MITRE, as you see, and some APT groups you use this technique. That's all for video. Thank you listening to me. See you. Hello friends, I'm Alparslan Akyıldız. Welcome to my training. In this lesson, we are gonna discuss incident response with Google Rapid Response. You can download and install by using instructions are given its document page or GitHub page. Its installation process is very easy, as you know. This is the GitHub page for cloning. You can choose whatever you want. Okay, it's up to you. Jira is a great platform for analyzing endpoint and implementing incident response from a centralized point. It works with agents. You can create ELF and binary file and put them to endpoint. Once you execute MSI or ELF or exe file, communication will be established between endpoint and Google Rapid Response Server. I'm sorry. I have switched wrongly to culmination. Go search box and push enter 2 times for displaying the clients which is connected to the Google Rapid Response Server with their agents, and push interrogate button. Now we can start our analyzing process with Google Rapid Response, Garage Aka. I'm going to start new flows and execute the next step for displaying instant network connections. Good. I'm executing list process command for listing processes. This information comes to Google Rapid Response instantly. Okay. You can also collect memory dumps remotely and scan process with Yara rules. You also browse file system and search specific files. Thanks to Google team for creating is a great tool like Google Rapid Response. Collectors provides us collecting various endpoint artifacts. This is the query box and we can implement OS queries. I will be informed you about OS query following lessons. Hit the search box and refresh my page. I'm clicking interrogate. Our commands have executed in the endpoint. Let's hunt with outputs is given by Google Rapid Response to us. Let's click the results for displaying the results. I'm waiting for loading. It's great. I'm looking to sockets, established sockets, network sockets, or listening sockets. I've been trying to work it out, and I've been trying to finding some suspicious connections. Yep, this is the first anomaly connection. It uses NTP port with a suspicious IP address. This is really good. And if you look at it carefully, the connection run-dll32.exe process triggers and initiated this network connection. This is high suspicious process and network connection. Great. I'm searching for other. I mistakenly switch to Calimation and exit from here. I'm baffled sometimes. I'm confused. Good. Come back to Google Rapid Response Server. I'm filtering the adversary IP address from the filter box for inspecting the network connections. That's good. Let's inspect the processes. Click the processes and follow the results for displaying the process results on the screen. I'm waiting, just waiting for loading. It's good. Scroll up, scroll down. Oh, I catch you again. Run the adversary.exe suspicious process is here. I'm not surprised. I have already detected. That's good. I'm searching for other suspicious activities. Yep. I have detected base 64 encoded PowerShell code and I know the PID, its PID and parent PID numbers. They are very important for me because I'm gonna associate processes by using this PID informations. This is really good. This is the malicious PowerShell code. And I can see the command line parameters and base 64 encoded code in here. That's great. I have detected new one, nothing the PID and parent PID numbers again. I'm writing these numbers and not that. I note that always. Take a note for this PID numbers again, and I'm writing step by step all of them. Good. I can maybe catch a relation between these processes. So, wow, look at that. Just before PowerShell activity, WinWord executes. Do you think, is it coincidence? I'm sure it's not coincidence, okay? This is the execution queue, I think. Not to take a note for PAM PIDs and PID numbers. It's very important. I love ELK for giving us a chance for joining and relating data. It's very good capability, and it's very important for an analyst. Thanks to ELK. Let's have a look PowerShell process quickly again, okay? Maybe I miss something before. I want to be sure that I don't overlook anything in my analysis steps. I'm looking for the other PowerShell activities, but as I said before, until this point, I have detected all of them. That's the PID and PAM PID. Okay, that's the winword.exe. It's very important for me because first winword.exe executes and the PowerShell codes executes my endpoint. It's really good. I'm gonna investigate the originate of the processes, and if I find the originate of the incident and maybe they shows a file, okay, my findings shows a file for originating the attack, and I'm gonna investigate where the file was transferred. It's very important for me. Now keep on analyzing for scroll up, scroll down. This is the way we analyze. I execute list processes. Let's start second time. Maybe I miss something previous analysis, okay? Again and again. I need to see everything. Good. Our command has executed. I understand from the red box. This is good. I'm clicking the red box and displaying the incidents again. Let's have a quick glance for finding something is new for me, suspicious or malicious connections. So maybe I can miss something. I always I always do double check. I have already detected NTP port, but it triggers uh, by the rundlr32.exe. Okay, scroll up and I'm searching for something is new for me. Yep, I catch you can't escape me. This is unusual and abnormal port. I'm gonna investigate it. It was triggered by PowerShell process. Interesting. That's fantastic. Keep on searching. I'm analyzing. I'm analyzing this port, but Yes, it's important to, before that client downloads something from 99th port by using Google Chrome browser. Okay, something was downloaded from this port by using Google Chrome via browser. Okay, it's very important for me. I have noted it, and I'm gonna examine and inspect the pcap file, or I'm investigating the some download directory of the endpoint for finding a file from malware analysis. This is good finding for me. I have already detected it. Run the adversary.exe network connections. Good. I already know this. And yep, I have already known this PowerShell.exe network connection. It's really good. Now I check the processes again. This is the malicious PowerShell code, as you see. Let's control the PID numbers. This is malicious PowerShell code, and it's encoded with base 64, and we can decode it. It's our malicious PowerShell code, and good. Just before WinWord is executed, notice the PID number of it, and I'm searching for a file name, and I have found the file name. Please look at the careful the file name, customer agreement underscore as soon as possible dot doc file. Not is sold. Do you remember the PID number? VMI PRVCE.exe processes PID is the parent PID of the PowerShell.exe. Vimmer triggers VMI PRVCE and it triggers PowerShell code. I have detected Excel file by tracing PID and parent PID numbers. And as you remember, VMI PRVCE is used for executing the macro code in Windows operating systems. So I solved the incident. First, a document file was downloaded by the client, and client clicks this file, and the malicious macro codes includes PowerShell codes. VMI PRVCE was triggered by WinWord, and it executes the macro codes, and from the macro codes, PowerShell codes was extracted and executed. Yep, this is the incident. It's very easy. This is the other PowerShell codes, and PID number is very common for us because we have detected it. It's very good work. That's all for our video. Thank you for listening me. See you next lesson. Goodbye. Hello everyone, I'm Alparslan Akyıldız. Welcome to my lesson. In this lesson, we are going to discuss the OS query. OS query is a tool that exposes an operating system as a high-performance relational database It enables developers to write SQL-based queries that explore operating system data. With OS Query, SQL tables can be created to help represent otherwise fairly abstract concepts such as running processes, loaded kernel modules, open network connections, browser plugins, hardware events, file hashes. Good. Let's switch our Ubuntu box for analyzing an incident with OS Query. I use OS Query command for passing the OS Query command line, as you see. This is great. With that help command, we can get some information about usage of the tools. That help, as you see, that tables, that summary. Real nice. Let's have a look at the tables. Carbon black info, shell history, cron tabs, kernel underscore modules, DNS resolvers, Docker container names, SSH configs, Debian packets, ARP cache, and more. It's real great. It's gonna facilitate our analysis. We can also query SSH keys, configs, process, more and more. Let's display the process event tables, columns, names. Okay, I'm gonna limit the output with 1. Just I'm looking the column names. Let's query CMD line and PID of the process event table. Select PID and I'm sorry, name doesn't exist. That's the PID. I'm limiting 1 and PID, and I'm correcting it. CMD line. This is good. Delete limit. Wow, cool, interesting. What's the update.sh? I'm gonna investigate it. Nice. Now I'm changing my way and I'm gonna select PID, name, and path, and CMD line from processes. Yep, I'm correcting it. Processes. Let's investigate and inspect the PID's paths, CMD lines of the processes, which runs in the system instant now. And I will try to detect something is suspicious. Yep, this is the Python reverse shell. I have detected it, and I can see the attacker IP address and port from this reverse shell Python code. It's real nice. I'm looking for another processes arguments. I have nothing now. Okay, let's inspect the network connections and processes by retrieving the local IP, destination IP, local port, destination port from socket table, and I'm going to join it to process the ID informations. I'm going to join 2 different tables each other for my analyzing. Good. This is the query. It's very simple. I have seen 2 suspicious connections. If you remember, one of them is Python reverse shell connection we have detected before from the process table, as you remember. Let's go to the cron tabs for finding any suspicious activities about persistency. First, I check the column names of the cron tab table. Like this, I'm adding the limit 1. This is the easiest way to retrieve the column name. Good. Okay, I'm gonna display command and path information. So I select path and command line from cron tab table. Select and command path from cron tab. This is really nice. Connect that sh and sh are weird. So I decided to investigate these bash script files. Let's display the source code. First, I navigate the dash user dash bin because file exists under this directory, and I'm opening the file. Wow, this is bash Russia from NTP port, and I see the attacker IP addresses. Let's analyze the update.sh file for finding out the aim of the bash script which exists in the file. I'm navigating the file location, and I'm going to use the cat command for displaying the content of the file. This is a workshop from 53 DNS port, and I see the attacker IP. That's real nice. And it still executes in my system. Go back to socket and process query results for remind you the connection. And can you see that? Update.sh network connection still active in the system. Attacker is still in. Yep. Let's query kernel modules for finding some suspicious modules. Maybe we can find it and detect it. Malicious kernel modules especially are used by the rootkits. But at a quick glance, I'm not informed this output. Okay, displaying again table names, and I'm gonna choose the shell underscore history table for retrieving the historical comments in my system. Select asterisk from shell underscore history table, and I'm gonna limit in one for retrieving the column name of the table. Okay. Select asterisk from shell underscore history, and I'm deleting the limits. Good. Here the attacker reverse shell command. He used Python reverse shell code, as you see. We have already detected before. Look at this. Attacker add hidden user and assign it to SSH and root group for remote access to my system as a root, right? It's cool. Can you see the file? I found a file which is named as exploit. It can be suspicious, maybe. I'm searching for another command. Let's use historic command in other window. Yep, attacker tried to escalate his privilege with some exploit code. He downloaded exploits from exploit.db site via wget. It's really nice. Let's switch the color for checking the reverse shells. This is the Python reverse shell. Let's execute some commands for leaving some artifacts or trace in the endpoint system for analyzing. It's really nice. Getting interactive shell. This was an interactive shell, but I switched to interactive shell with Python and spawner shell. Now I'm checking the operating system version for finding the appropriate a kernel exploit for privilege escalation. And I'm gonna search the sticky bits in the system like an attacker. Okay. It's not my subject now, and it's not a red team training course. After that executes this command, I'm gonna jump the other shell connection, which is created by the cron tab connection, and attacker uses this connection for persistency. Thank you. Thank you for listening me. That's all for this video. See you.
Hello everyone, welcome to my malware analysis course. My name is Alper Sanaklıbas, and in this course lesson, we are going to analyze some malicious Office documents with appropriate tools by using Linux operating system. Let's change directory and go to the specified directory and list the malicious files. I'm going to use olebat.py tool for analyzing malicious macros or malicious Office documents. Okay, it's a very good tool for extracting some macro codes. Olebat.py and I'm gonna write the name of the malicious file, existence file in my directory. Okay. Customer agreement as soon as possible that doc file. Okay. Nice. As you see, some IOCs has been created by the tool, like command and control, IP addresses, and this macro triggers cmd.exe, and some executable files will be used by this macro, like run.dll32.exe and update.dll file. Notice that sub auto open function is used for automatically executes this code, and macro code contains call shell function for executing cmd.exe, and this code executes run.dll32.exe for remotely executes update.dll malicious files in the victim, as you see. It's going to use SMB protocol for file sharing or executing update.dll file remotely, as you see. And this macro code provides the attacker that connecting the victim connects to attacker machines with SMB protocol, and it executes update.dll. Okay, go on and other malicious file, customer underscore author.xlm file. This exe file is malicious file, and I'm going to analyze it with Oleba tool again. Okay. Wow, it seems there are a lot of IOC, and wow, long macro code. I have seen long macro code in the document. As you see, this macro code provides decode and encode the strings with base64 format. Okay. Maybe attacker puts a code in anywhere in the document by using base64 decoding method, and this macro code is gonna encode it. I'm so sorry, base64 encoded code, and this macro code is gonna decode the base64 code. Let's examine the macro code. Okay, subhag is our macro code, and as you see, this is the workbook, active workbook, and attacker puts some malicious codes of the author part of the file. Okay, as you see, because it describes author, and it puts some malicious code, and it creates test that examine file, and attacker create an object with create object function, and attacker is gonna write something in author part as base64 decoded format. Then the next stage, attacker uses shell command because he wants to execute some PowerShell code in CMD, but he prefers msbuild.exe because bypassing the whitelist security measures.
okay, and decoded base64 codes is written into MS-build stager.xml file, and attacker executes PowerShell code, which resides in MS-build stager.xml file with msbuild.exe. It's fantastic techniques. I like it. Okay, okay. Let's go on and examine the IOCs. Shell function usage is suspicious, alright. Visual Basic height is suspicious, alright. And some create object, create text file, environment, and outputs can be suspicious, but those IOCs can be false positive, okay? Because it's about the software license and it's false positive. Now I'm gonna create some real indicator of compromise with my analysis. I have used exif tool for extracting author part of my file, and as you see, this is the base64 encoded string. Let's decode it, okay? I'm trying to decode the author part of the file. Nice. I have decoded the base64 code, but as you see, some code parts is zipped with gzip, and I'm gonna decode this gzip file. I'm sorry, gzip code with online decoders. Okay, let's decompress it. Can you see that? I have detected command and control IP addresses and ports, and I have detected a URL which belongs to malicious software, and I can use the IP address, port, or URL as an indicator of compromise. Okay, nice. Let's go on another malicious office document. Cyber threat report.dog. Let's use Oleba tool for analyzing this malicious file for extracting microcodes. Nice. In microcodes, base64 encoded strings can be seen in the document, and I'm gonna decode it. Let's look the suspicious functions. Okay, base64 strings is suspicious. Okay, auto open usage is suspicious. I agree with you. PowerShell usage can be seen in the results of the tool. Okay, now let's decode the base64 macrocodes. For this, I have opened a file and copy and paste the base64 strings, and this is my strings. Now I'm gonna use cut command for cutting from the spaces, and I will obtain just base64 strings with quotas in my new file. Okay, let's use cut command for this purpose. Cut delmeter. My delmeter is gonna plus, okay, plus sign for cutting, okay, and column 4. Right. Good. Now I need to copy this base64 string in a new file, and macros 1 file. Okay, this is my macros 1 file. Let's delete the PowerShell strings nope sta and the variable and the quato. The next step, I'm gonna use set command for changing the quotas with spaces, and in final step, I'm gonna decode the base64 code. Okay. As you see, I have deleted Quatos with set command, thanks to set command. Copy and let's decode the base64 code. This is the decoded string, okay? And as you see, this is the PowerShell program. But if you look carefully, you see a new base64 string in the PowerShell program. And news.php can be indicator of compromise for us. Maybe you want to create a Yara rule or snort or surrogate rule, okay? For this purpose, you can use news.php as an indicator of compromise. Let's decode the news string, and I have obtained the IP address and port, but it's not valid because this is just training, and normally 4444 IP is used in closed network, okay? It's just a training IP. It's not really okay. As you see, this is the most probably the same tool was used by the attacker, okay? Let's decode base64 string for creating some IOCs. I'm so sorry, just copy it, okay? Let's create a new file for copying it. Let's use cut command for cutting, and let's write just only base64 string in a new file, and let's use set command for deleting or cleaning the quatos. Okay, I have obtained the only base64 string of the macro. This is the PowerShell program, and just copy and paste it in online decoder for decoding it, and we're gonna create new indicator of compromises. Let's zoom it, and as you see, login process.php is indicator of compromise for us, okay? And decode the new base64 string. Nice. I have detected the command and control server IP address and port. This is really nice, okay? And if I want to create an indicator of compromise for this malicious file, let's append the URI field. This is our indicator of compromise. Nice. Let's go on other documents in my directory, okay? Oleva.py payment metrics documents. Okay, this is the same method for creating malicious document file, and I wanna say that I have created these files with Empire framework, okay? I have used Empire for creating some malicious file for malware analysis course, okay? Again, the same method, okay? We don't need to analyze it again and again. Go on other malicious office file. Let's analyze another file. This is the same with the first example. As you see, attacker can put this code for using SMB protocol, okay, into the macro part. Attackers can also use formula area for injecting a code like this, okay. Let's examine this file. This is the another method for executing remote code. Carefully look in formula area, okay. Attacker inject the code. Don't activate the content. It's dangerous. So the same way, attackers can use hyperlinks for putting or inserting malicious code or exploit kit in a document, okay. As an analyst, you can analyze these fields, and you need to know that those techniques, okay. Thank you for listening me. Goodbye.
Hello everyone, my name is Alparslan Akyıldız. Welcome to my practical cyber threat hunting training. In this lesson, we are gonna discuss FTK imager. I'm gonna take some logical or physical image from the Windows operating system by using FTK imager. Some malware after infection can delete itself, okay? Or after some APT attacks in attacked infrastructure, some files can be deleted by the attackers or threat actors, okay? As a threat hunters or incident responders, sometimes we need to recover some files in compromised networks or compromised computers. Or sometimes we need to perform some forensics operations in compromised networks or compromised computers. So for collecting evidence from victim machines or endpoints, I'm gonna use FTK imager for take physical or logical image from a compromised machine, okay? It is very easy to use. Click File tab and click Create Disk Image. Then I'm gonna collect the evidence from logical drive. So I have selected logical drive and click Next. And I'm gonna select R logical partition in my operating system. And I'm gonna add destination location for saving the image. You can select raw or smart or E01 or AFF. I'm gonna select raw DD image type, case number 1, evidence number 1, description, incident response, examiner, threat hunter, not related compromise. Okay, I'm gonna click Next. I will select the destination folder for saving the image. Okay, image file name. Image compromise. Okay, let's click the finish and let's start creating an image file. Okay, it's excellent. We have completed creating the image file. Okay, those are the SHA hash and MD5 hash. I'm gonna close this and close this. Image summary, we can view the image summary from here. Okay, close this, and now I have image file. This is my image file, and you can verify the file with other file, as you see.
Those are the raw image files, and let's open this. As you see, those are the information about the image, okay? And we can investigate the compromise issue by using these image files. That's all for this video. Thank you for listening me. Goodbye. Hello everyone, my name is Alparslan Akyıldız. Welcome to my practical cyber threat hunting training. In this lesson, we are going to discuss the virus total intelligence search and keywords. Before starting, I would like to thank to Virus Total team because I have requested a demo account for Virus Total Intelligence for using this account in my Udemy training and lectures in university. They sent me a trial, a demo account for Virus Total Intelligence. I would like to thank you to Virus Total team for this. They are very kind. Thank you. Virus Total is a huge platform for searching some malware samples and relating them between for cyber threat hunting. It's very important and it's very huge and excellent platform. And Virus Total Intelligence provides threat hunters downloading and finding the malware samples and their similarities, and you can search according to a tag or file type or SSD hash, imp hash, MD5 hash for finding the similarities between two malwares, okay? And you can perform the threat hunting by using these Virus Total Intelligence platforms, and you can create some indicator of compromise and tactic tool and procedures. You can use Virus Total Intelligence with MITRE framework and your local alerts and indicator of compromise, and you can gather all of this information for creating cyber threat intelligence, as you know. Okay. I'm sorry. Virus Total Intelligence allows you to search through our dataset in order to identify files that match certain criteria: antivirus detections, metadata, submission, file names, file formats, structural properties, file size, etc. We could say that it's pretty much like the Google of malware. This description is nice. Let's go back and let's have a quick glance for search modifiers. They are very important for a threat hunter, okay? You can specify the size of the malware for searching a specific malware with size modifier. This is the size keyword, and this is the megabyte, 200 megabytes, okay, more than 500 megabytes, as you see. And you can specify kilobyte and plus. These search modifiers is gonna search for some malwares which have size bigger than 120 kilobyte, okay? And you can search type for searching the executables or phone tablets, images, documents, bundles, code, or other, okay? For example, you can specify an XML file or L file or MZ executable file with type search modifier type, and if you search with type MZ, you're gonna find the MZ files in Virus Total, or you can specify zip or RTF file or XLS file, as you see, or PDF or APK file, okay? You can use type search modifiers for this purpose, okay? I mostly use positives search modifier, okay? If you search with positives,
it shows that detected antiviruses count in virus total. Filters the files to return according to number of antivirus vendors. Okay, for example, positives 1, that means one antivirus engine has detected, and positives 10 plus, that means it's very easy. This malware is detected more than 10 antiviruses. And positives 5, that means 5 minus, that means this malware has been detected less than 5 antiviruses. Okay, this is good. You can specify the name of the malware with name, and the tag is very important because I mostly use for threat hunting. This search modifier tag is very important. Okay, look at that. You can tag with via Tor. Okay, this that means the file was submitted via Tor. The submitter used Tor for hiding himself. Okay, and you can use file type for specifying APK, DEX, XML, and other file types. And you can use CVE for common vulnerability exposure for specifying this, and you can give CVE codes for your searching. Okay, and you can use attachment, as you see, for example, tag attachment, and maybe you can use type, as you see, and type docx. Okay, and positives less than 5, and submitter 30. Maybe this is a simple example for searching something. Okay, this is the exploit tag. Maybe you want to hunt an exploit in VirusTotal. Okay, and this is the SMTP. I mostly use SMTP tag for finding phishing mails. Okay, FTP, SSH, Telnet, and MySQL. You need to examine this. Okay, you don't need to save. You can look kindly and easily, and you can use these tags. Okay, let's some practice. Okay, before that, I want to say something too. You can search some pcap files, because you can upload pcap files to the VirusTotal. As you know, VirusTotal can examine and investigate the pcap files, and VirusTotal replace pcap files to the Snow or Surricate for generating some alerts with Surricate signatures or Snow signatures. And you can, at the same time, you can search pcap files in VirusTotal. Okay. You can search imports, import address table, DLLs, or exports in VirusTotal. Okay. Those are very important, similar to SSTP and imp-hash, because you can link to malware for profiling an APT group. Maybe two malware has executed in different location in the world, but you can link two different malware with imp-hash or SSTP or similar to. Okay, let's talk about SSTP hash and imp-hash. Okay, I'm sorry, imp-hash. The import hash is a hash over the imported functions by a portable executable file. It's often used in malware analysis to identify malware binaries that belong to the same family. Okay, if in source code an attacker changes the port, even if port, okay, all MD5 hash has been changed. But as an analyst, if you investigate and examine import table of the portable executable, and you can create a hash value according to import address tables functions. Okay, this is imp hash, and I'm gonna use this hash. And SSTIP is a program for computing context triggered piecewise hashes. Okay, this is very important because piecewise hash is very important. SSTIP not use whole of the binary for generating a hash. Substitute in some pieces is hashed by the SSTIP. Also called fuzzy hashes, CTPH can match inputs that have homologies. Such inputs have sequences of identical bytes in the same order, although bytes in between these sequences may be different in both content and length. This is very important. How can we calculate imp hash and SSTIP? Okay, I wanna give some example about that. Let's compute the SSTIP of some malware file. Okay. I'm sorry. Yep. This is the SSTIP of the NetBus, but I'm gonna show you easier way. Okay, pscanner can calculate the SSTIP, imp hash, and MD5 of a portable executable file, like this. Okay, let's wait for generating some hash. And this is very good tool for malware analyzing at the same time. My God. Okay, this is the MD5 hash of the file, and this is the SHA-1, and this is the SSTIP of the file. Okay, this is the import hash. This is maybe assembly call of the suspicious instructions. Data, TLS are data, resource, sections of the P file, and those are the suspicious sections, maybe, and those are the imports, Windows imports, kernel 32, .dll, adversary 32. It is used for registry operations in Windows. Okay, we saw 32.dll. This is used for creating a network connection, and this is used for opening a command line and executing some commands in Windows command line. Okay, those are the alerts, get model file name, and those are the Windows handles. I have explained all of this in my malware analysis course deeply. Okay, if you are interested in, go to my malware analysis course. Let's search some malicious files. Type PDF and positives 6 minus and tag exploit. I'm searching for PDF exploit codes in VirusTotal. As you see, this is very important. One ratio has been detected, and those are PDF exploit codes has been detected by the VirusTotal, and we can perform over these files. We can perform threat hunting over these files, as you see. Okay, let's make some other search in VirusTotal. Tag attachment and type macro or file type docx and
submitter Turkey. Those are the malicious attachment files which contain macro codes, and they are uploaded in Turkey, as you see. Okay, let's keep on other example. Okay, I'm gonna use behavior, and you can specify the length. For example, Chinese can be used as a length, and okay, tag attachment and type docx and behavior PowerShell.exe and positives less than 10. Okay, let's search this. Alright, I'm gonna send the deleted or okay. As you see, we have detected less than 10 antivirus engine has detected this attachment, and this attachment opens PowerShell.exe process. Okay, as you see. Nice. Thank you for listening me. That's all for this video. Goodbye.
Hello everyone, I'm Alparslan Akyıldız. Welcome to my training. In this lesson, we will write and examine simple indicator of compromises with using Mandiant IOC editor tool. This is an IOC example written by me for a malicious executable file. I specified malicious domain command and control server.local and its IP addresses with connection port 443. I used basic malware analysis techniques, and I realized that remote access Trojan put the screenshots under temp directory before download it. So I created indicators for this bit and logic by using file name, directory, and extension, as you see. I used email attachment name, sender IP, and sender email addresses, also email subject for creating IOC. In second IOC, I specified subject attachment name and sender IP for email, IOC, IP address, and port numbers for network IOC file. Please be careful about logics when you write IOC. In another sample, I used again DNS, IP, hash, and file name. I also create a simple YARA rules as shown in the slide. As you see, this is the adversary IP address, and DNS contains command-control-server.local, and remote port is the submission port. It's really nice. Okay, let's go to my endpoint. Now I'm going to analyze a document prepared with Empire. I perform some basic dynamic malware analysis techniques for finding something is useful for creating IOCs, for finding some artifacts. But let me remind you, this course isn't malware analysis course, so I won't analyze deeply. But don't worry, I have a plan for creating a new malware analysis course for you later. I have executed the malicious file, and I'm watching the Wireshark network packets, and I'm watching the processes. I'm examining both network packets and processes in my monitor tools. Have you ever seen the PowerShell codes? Can you see the encoded PowerShell codes under VMI PRVCE.exe process? It's good. We detected the codes in ELK
as you remember. And look at the Wireshark. In default, malicious file communicates the attacker machine with the same subdirectories in HTTP packets. Good. I have already captured the hash of the malicious file. I have calculated MD5, but it can be changed easily, so I add it in OR logic tree in IOC editor. Great. Let's analyze the SMTP traffic. I'm going to extract the attachments and email EML files from traffic with network miner. And I'm going to open the email. I will research the subject, attachment, and other component of the email for creating IOC. Let's have a quick glance at the emails with appropriate application for opening it. As you see, I can see the subject, message content, and attachment and sender email address. It's great. It will be useful for me for creating IOCs. It's another phishing mail, and I'm inspecting it. Good. I will put these indicators in AND logical tree. And I'm gonna put this AND block with others other indicators by implementing OR tree. I will start with writing IOC with these email addresses. I have decided. Look at the communicated IP addresses. This is the sender IP address. I'm very lucky. Good. Let's start writing. For this purpose, I'm going to use IOC editor, which is created by Mandiant, thanks to Mandiant. Open IOC editor and choose an IOC folder. It must be empty, and the tool is gonna put your IOCs into this folder. I will give a name and description quickly for describing my IOC. This is the name, phishing document, and author Alparslan Akyıldız, and the description. This file contains malicious macrocodes which causes blah blah blah. Okay. Write quickly something, and I want to jump to IOC creation. I'm writing something for IOC. Okay, good. Let's add our first item. I start with email IOCs. I will put sender email, sender IP address, sender attachment name, and subject in a and operation block. It's important. I put them in and operation block. Okay, good. I'm searching the pertinent IOC. Let's add it. This is the attachment name. Visa underscore payment underscore documents .zip file, attachment file. As I said before, I put them in entry. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to add a new indicator, email indicator. I'm writing the email sender. Who is the email sender? You can see the email sender. customer@fakebank.com. Nice. Keep on other indicators. Let's choose an indicator for writing in entry. I'm writing the subject of the email now. This is good. And again, add an item, email indicator, and I add hash value in our logic tree because hash can be changed every different sample of the malware. Nice. I'm adding an AND logic uh, for combining the other file indicators with this hash value. I'm joining the file name and file hash, maybe file size. Let's check the file size from the properties of this. Good. Let's add it. I can't find. It's very difficult to find for me. Yep. You can do it. You can do it. Keep on searching. Maybe one day I can find it. Good. I written the file size. I will add some network indicators. Um, let's add the URI information as IOC, like login.php, news.php, and process are our URI indicators. I will quickly add these indicators to the IOC editor. News.php. URI contains these strings. Great. I'm adding another one. I analyzed the traffic, malicious files traffic with Wireshark, and I have detected these subdirectories and URIs from Wireshark, and I'm using them for creating IOCs. I add it quickly. You also download the IOCs from Alan Wall's site. It's very beneficial and useful for you. Please browse and visit Alan Wall's website for finding new IOCs. That's all for this video. Thank you for listening me. See you.
Hello friends, I'm Alparslan Akyıldız. Welcome to my training. In this lesson, I will share you my threat hunting experience with you for detecting web shells and pivot points in network. In this lesson, I'm gonna teach you how to detect web shells, and the next modules I'm gonna teach you how to detect pivot points in the next lessons, okay? When I analyze and map the cyber attacks, I realize that most of the cyber attacks start with web-based attacks or client-side attacks. So, ability of the detecting web shell is very crucial for cybersecurity experts and analysts. I will analyze an incident under 2 blog posts. If you desire, you can follow me on Medium. If you look at the picture is given below, you can see the attack method of the adversary. Let's talk about shortly. Attacker uploads a shell to the victim web server. After attacker compromises the web server, he puts a backdoor into the web server and defaces a commonly used web page and injects a malicious iframe into the web page for perform voting all attack against the client computers. This method is widely used by the exploit kits. Just clients visit the web page, which is defaced by the adversary. Attacker exploits the client-side vulnerability of the browser and exploiting with Java in this example, getting a reverse shell from a client. As a next step, attacker pivots to the other internal computer by using password spraying, lateral movement, pillaging techniques, and post-exploitation techniques, and opens a cover channel for data exploration. For clarify this subject, let's have a glance this attack, okay? As you see, attacker discovered an unauthenticated SMB share and upload a web shell from this hole. If you see, security hole is the share attacker used, okay? As soon as attacker puts the web shell to the server, executes the web shell with curl and gain a reverse shell. After that, attacker creates a Java exploit. By the way, in real-life scenarios, adversaries exploit file upload and SQL injection generally for putting a web shell to the web server. Attacker embeds it as a hidden iframe to the login HTML page. After that, if a client visits the web page, he will be compromised like shown in the slide, okay? Okay, we understood the attack base. Good. Okay, how can we detect web shells in server or endpoint, okay? I'm gonna explain and clarify the methods of detecting web shells now. We can use various techniques for finding web shells. Previous video lesson, we already have learned how to analyze a web shell or anomaly traffic from a pcap file or HTTP traffic, okay? In this lesson, we analyze it with endpoint or server analyzing techniques. Our first technique is baseline technique. In this technique, we got hash values of the web files in the initial installation. This is very important. You have to have initial files hashes, okay? This is very important for baseline analysis, okay? And we keep the hash values in a file. After some time, we get hash values of the files under web directories for comparing the base hash values. If attacker put a web shell in any file exists under web directory, we can detect it with baseline analysis. But this method should be implemented to write web files. For example, if you host news page and if you change its content every day, baseline analysis is unuseful for you, okay? And you have to baseline hash, otherwise method is nothing. I'm gonna show you a script which is written by me for performing baseline analysis, okay? Let's look the script. This is very easy bash script. First, print the usage of the script in the screen and change directory to the first argument, okay? For example, you described first argument as /var/www/html and program changed the directory to argument 1, okay? And it writes the date of the day into the file because analyst needs to see the date of the hash file for implementing baseline analysis. And I put a simple for loop here, and the for loop looks the directory and listing the directory's file, and the program gets all files exist in the directory at the MD5 of the files, okay? And MD5 values of the files is written into the file which is specified with second argument. If you have initial baseline hash values, you can execute the script and compare them with diff command, okay? Let's execute it for getting hash values of a specified directory. I'm going to script location. It is in analyzed directory, baseliner sh, okay, and I'm giving a directory for scanning. Then baseline 2.txt file. Good. Let's examine the file. Cat baseline.txt file. As you see, hash values of the files and file. We can use diff command and baseline _2.txt with baseline txt for detecting the difference between two hash included files, for detecting an anomaly or integrity checking. Okay, it's gonna show us the changing of the files. Good. I go on with other analysis techniques. Okay, this is the time analysis technique. In time analysis, analysts can examine files, time modification and creation at least one day. We are gonna investigate the modification and creation time of the web files, okay, for finding any web shell exist or is it put into existence file. Good. I'm gonna use find command. I have already in /var www.html directory, I mean here, okay, and c time creation time and m time modification time less than 1 day. Okay, good. This is our baseline. It doesn't contain the web shell, but shell.php and login.php files modified. So get login PHP and I'm gonna grab for iframe or window location code. As you see, this is the exploit kit link for redirecting the victim to the malicious website, but it is in my local network, so it's just used for education purpose. As you see, domain.local. It's nothing. It can't access the internet. Okay, good. Let's go on other analysis method. We can use some tools for searching specific functions which is used for developing a web shell. Okay, I write a small script which searches web shell functions in files where exist in specified path. Let's examine my script. Okay, let's have a look. Vim shellfinder.sh. My script is very short. This is not program or script. This is just a comment, okay? I'm using type command for finding files, and the name of the files should include .php, and I'm searching for fsoc open, pfsoc open, exec shell, eval, rot30, base64, pass-through, and system. This is the name of the functions which is used in web shells. Okay, this is very basic and easy command for finding some web shells. Good. I copied it under /var/www/html directory and I'm gonna execute it. Shell finder sh. As you see, it finds some web shells under this directory. 443.php, 7php, this is the shell files, c99php, this is shell files, locus shell, as you see. I can use other good tools, listing the tools in my directory. For example, let's start with NeoPy tool, okay? cd NeoPy. It's a great tool for finding web shells. Python, NeoPy, and I'm gonna search the files that exist under this directory. Good. Good. Signature match. This is web shells. Locus, C99, 443, agent.php, hello.php, this is 7.php, this is false positive. This is false positive, okay? Two of them are false positive, okay? But it's great tool, okay? Now I'm gonna use another tool for finding web shells. Choose one, cd backdoor man, and I'm gonna use backdoor man, and give the directory. Good. Great. Backdoor man have already founded some web shell files like C99 and, as you see, C99, hello.php, 443.php, agent.php. It's very good, and 7.php. Cat 443.php file. I'm so sorry. www HTML. As you see, this is a web shell. This is the attacker IP, and this is the attacker port. Good. And hello.php. This is web shell too. And BE. PHP. This is web shell too. And C99.php file. Good. And let's examine locus. As you see, this is locus web shell and base 64 encoded strings in the web shell, as you see. Maybe attacker use this hiding his code, maybe compressing, I don't know. Okay. Let's use another tool for finding the web shells in my system. Just execute ls and good. cd Loki. Loki is my favorite tool for finding web shells because the tool uses the error rules, process, signatures, and specifications. Let's execute the Loki tool. Python loki.py. Good. As you see, Loki tool uses C2 server indicators, malicious MD5 hashes, and other hash values, false positive hashes, and error rules, and other strings for finding some web shell functions. Now I'm trying to giving a path for shortening the time of analysis, okay? And as you see, Loki can detect various web shells in my system. This is a great tool, and Loki is my favorite tool for finding web shells, okay? Good. Score, type, and size. Great. Thank you for listening. That's all for video. See you in the next lesson. Goodbye. Hello, my name is Alparslan Akyıldız. In this video lesson, we will discuss and learn cyber keychain method over a demo scenario network lab. I'm strategic cybersecurity consultant, instructor at university and author. I have GPAN, LPT, Offensive Security and ECPPT version 2 certificates. First of all, I want to speak about cyber keychain method. Cyber keychain is simply described as a method which is innovating process of step-by-step analyzing a cyber incident which is performed by the threat actors. A kill chain is used to describe the various stages of a cyber attack as it pertains to network security. The actual model. The cyber kill chain framework was developed by Lockheed Martin, and it's used for identification and prevention of cyber intrusions. Let's have a look at the steps. If you mention about the steps of cyber kill chain,
we can start the first step, which is called reconnaissance phase. In recon phase, threat actors gather information by using passive and active information gathering. Threat actors gather information like open ports, IP subnets, security devices, models, email addresses, geolocation, phone numbers, applications, web services, and technologies, and vulnerabilities of the target in this phase. In second phase is weaponization phase. In this phase, threat actors find and collect cyber weapons such as food and packed malwares, which can evade IPS IDs, endpoint protection, and antivirus softwares, exploit codes, which have abilities like remote code execution and tools for required to compromise to the target system. In delivery phase, attackers deliver the malicious files or exploits over appropriate services and systems such as SMTP servers or web servers. In exploitation phase, threat actors compromises the target systems and they gain shell connections from the target systems. In installation phase, attackers install to compromised systems backdoors for persistence, local exploits for privilege escalation, and some tools for pivoting and lateral movements inside the network. In command and control stage, victims are connected to the command and control servers for controlling issues. In action stage, adversary perform data exploration activities. They use data exploration by using tunneling techniques like SSH, DNS, NTP, SSL, ICMP tunneling, layer 2 pivoting, or legal services such as Drive or Dropbox, etc. Okay, later times in the video, we simulate the kill chain steps performed by adversary in a simulation environment. So let me introduce my lab network. My lab network is performed by wide area network segment, green local area network segment, orange and yellow intranets. In internal network, only Windows 7 and Ubuntu web server can access the intranet boxes and none of the intranet boxes can access to the internet. So, we now perform recon phase pretend like an adversary. First, a quick nWeb scan is applied for finding open ports of the target, and we use MITRE for scanning target web server for finding vulnerabilities. Good, as we see, TCP/20, 5 and 80 are open on the target. Now we are using MITRE for quick vulnerability scanning against web server which resides on DMZ area. We define the target with the -h parameter. Now we can see some vulnerabilities and informations about the target system. We can see any remote code execution issues from the scan, so we change our aspect. We executed custom mail finder script, which is written by us for crawling website for finding email addresses. Source code of the tool can be seen from the screen. Let's execute the tool for finding some email addresses. Good. As we see, we have collected some email addresses from the target website with the scroller. Now we check the target email server's relay state for performing email spoofing attack. First, have a look at our source code. It's shown on the screen. Then we executed our script for checking relay state of the target email server, and we have detected that relay is open on the target. So, we have already completed to the recon phase in our lab environment. The next step will be weaponization. For this stage, we use Empire framework for preparing a malicious Word document. Now, we go to the delivery stage of kill chain. We deliver malicious file with send email program via using email server which has open relay vulnerability. Waiting for sending mail. Good, mail is sent successfully. Now, we switch the victim endpoint for explaining the exploitation phase. Okay, we open victim's mailbox and download the Word file. As you remember, email was sent by the adversary. in delivery phase. In this attack vector, social engineering performed against target via email spoofing techniques and client-side attacks. Okay, as soon as victim open crafted Word document, attacker can gain a reverse shell from compromised box. You can see the reverse shell connections from Empire console. Then we interact the connection to execute Empire commands against compromised box, which is named Windows 8. After that operation, I will try to switch MITRE console. For this purpose, I use the web delivery model and execute it on target via Empire. This is PowerShell code for fileless execution of malware on the target system. Now I'm executing a appropriate model of Empire for uploading some malicious scripts to the memory of the target system. I'm configuring the Empire parameters for executing the exploit on the target system. Good. I have already had a MITRE connection between compromised Windows 8 and Kali. We keep on exploitation stage with privilege escalation operation. For this purpose, local exploit is used for gaining admin rights. First, check the version and service pack level of the target. Then execute the right exploit for escalating privilege. Now we have the admin rights of the target system. Pelling is uploaded to the target for opening a reverse shell. Open a reverse SSH tunnel. It provides an attacker invisibility and RDP connections from wide area network to the internal network. We switch our console to shell and we create a reverse SSH connection from compromised box to Kali. This is a good example for command and control stage. Before we started creating a tunnel, we configure SSH service. We change its default port 22. Our new port is TCP 587 submission port. After that, we start SSH service again. Now we use Pelling for creating a reverse SSH connections. Command says to computer, connect via SSH to Kali, say him opens 3390 port and forward all requests which is sent 3390 to my 3389 port. Let's execute it. I'm giving the parameters of the Pelling for reverse SSH connection. Good, SSH tunnel has been established. Now we try to pass our RDP connection inside SSH tunnel. Good. We can connect via RDP to the victim even if victim box is behind firewall, IPS or IDS systems. This is firewall bypass techniques. Now we can browse the target remote desktop easily. It's very easy to browse. Okay, we exit the tunnel mode and we simulate pivoting and lateral movement inside the network. For this purpose, first we add an internal route, then we scan the alive hosts with ARPscan by using Metasploit Scanners module. First check the internal network IP subnet, then add a route. Now attacker can scan the internal network. With ARPscanner model, internal IP addresses are detected. After that, we use Windows 8 box as a SAX proxy for scanning other hosts in internal network. We use SAX for A module for this aim. We open 180 TCP port in Kali Linux for using it with proxy chains. We need to configure proxy chains like shown. Open etc proxychains.com file and change the proxy port with 180 port. After configuration, now we scan internal network from our Kali terminal by using proxy chain tool. We should scan with TCP because scanning over a proxy requires through a handshake. We first scan 3.4 bugs in internal network. We scan VLAN port. If we catch open ports, then we detect the version of the services or applications which run over the open ports. As you see, we can see the open ports of the internal box. Good. We also know the versions of the services. After a quick glance, we can find some NSE scripts for scanning vulnerabilities of the target box. I will use this script for scanning target FTP service. When we use relevant script, we detect the vulnerability as shown in the screen. As you see, FTP service is vulnerable. We are searching an appropriate exploit code for compromising internal bugs from Metasploit console. We have found an exploit and now we can configure it for sending the remote host. We specified remote host and run this exploit. After running code, we have gained a bind shell from the internal Linux box as a root. Cool. We come back to Windows 8 box for giving an example for installation phase. We install a backdoor to the Windows 8 for persistence like a threat actor. Persistence command make noise on the target system. Please notice the command. Output, as a security analyst, it drops a VBS file on the target file system and change the registry of the target system. Next times, all of them can be useful for creating IOCs. Then we scan another box's versions and open ports. I'm waiting for output of my scanning. It takes time because we are using proxy chain. Its operating system seems Windows 7 without Service Pack. Now I will control it whether it hosts Eternal Blue vulnerability or not. I started scanning process and I detect Eternal Blue vulnerability. It's time to exploit this vulnerability. I'm configuring and setting the exploit parameters. Now I'm running the exploit code. It takes a little time. Bingo! I have a shell connection from Windows 7 from internal box. When switch to console from shell to MITRE, we get back to shell console and execute ipconfig command. If you notice the host network connection, host computer has two different network interfaces and one of them probably connect to the intranet machine because of the misconfiguration issues. It's a new pivoting point for us. We add route again for intranet network. We use run autoroute command for adding new network paths. Five is session number like in gateway for traffic. We use ARP scanner model for enumerating the internal hosts. As you see, we explored new internal IP addresses, which are resided in internal network. Proxy chain tool give us chance for scanning new internal network. I just change IP addresses, subnet, and go on. I'm waiting for scanning. It takes little time because we are using proxy chains. Good. Now I have already enumerated the operating system and versions of the services of the target system. By deducting from this output, I check the SMENet API vulnerability existence on the target system with nmap script scanning. The target is vulnerable. In next step, I search the relative exploit code. I configured the exploit and run it. After that, you can see bind shell connections which is open from Kali to target. It's very easy to use Metasploit console for exploiting any targets. If Metasploit contains the exploit, it's very easy to use. This is very legacy exploit for legacy servers. Okay. Bingo. We got a shell. After the exploitation process, post-exploitation steps are started. With hashdump, attackers can dump the password hashes, and Mimikatz or Kiwi tools are used for retrieving passwords from memory. Now, as you see, password is passvd. We can use it later. Following steps. In post-exploitation activities, attacker add a new user and activate RDP on the target system. For this purpose, run getQ command is executed by the attacker. For accessing the RDP port, attacker open a local port on his own local and forward it through the compromised machine to other machine in internal network. Attacker comes back and interacts Windows 8 machine sessions. After that, set up a port forwarding activity on Windows 7 machine for forwarding traffic from Kali's own local port 8888 to legacy servers 3389 TCP port over compromised Windows 7 box. Now attacker tries to connect local 8888 port via RDP. He can pivot to the intranet network. As you see, attacker has gained an RDP connection from intranet network. Good. In similar way, attackers start to scan for a new legacy server with nmap via proxy chains. As we see, legacy server is 208 Microsoft server. After that, we check the vulnerabilities of the server with Nmap. We have found new vulnerabilities on the target server. As you see, server has SMB vulnerability. Okay, similar to previous cases, attacker finds the relative exploit code and exploits the target via metasploit. Attacker has compromised a new legacy server as you see. A new scanning activity is being started by the attacker for compromising internal web server. When scanning process has been completed, open ports of the new target as seen in the screen. Again, attacker uses compromised Windows 7 bugs for forwarding issues. Previous step, if you notice, attacker forward local SMB port to remove the SMB port 445 Windows 7 bugs. He tries to enumerate the remote host SMB with SMB map tool. Attacker discovers a share is named security hole and he tries to connect to the share remotely behind the firewall. At the same time, he is evading the security measures, IPS, IDS, and firewall. This is low-hanging fruit. Attacker achieved to connect SMB passwordless and he can retrieve the files. If you look carefully, you can see web pages under the share. It's opportunity for attacker for uploading a web shell to the remote server. For this purpose, attacker uploads a web shell file to the target over SMB connection. He connects Samba server and uses put command to upload the file. For executing a web shell remotely, attacker forwards his local 1337 TCP to remote web server TCP 80 port over compromised Windows 7 bugs. Okay, we are executing port forward. Attacker needs to set up an NC listener for jailing reverse shell from internal web server. Open a netcat socket point. For executing the web shell, attacker connects the remote web page from own local 1337 port. Okay. Now attacker trigger hello.php shell file via sending GET request. Excellent. Attacker compromised the web server bugs. Now he tries to escalate his privileges. First, attacker check the previous password, which is retrieved from the compromised Windows machine with Mimikatz. As you remember, password is passvd. Okay. As you see, password is valid and attacker uses sudo command for being root. But at the same time, the different ways are tried by the attacker. The next step, attacker researches the sticky bits for escalating his privileges. Then attacker controlled etc sudo file for escalating his privileges. If you realize that Linux B user can execute vim, nmap, and tcp dump as super user writes without password. This is good news for attacker. He now escalates his privileges by using shell escape method via vim application. Creating a variable is called shell and assign the shell bin bash and call the shell. Good. Now attacker is root of the system. Final attacker is root in the system as you see. In last step, attacker compromise all system for data exploration. That means the last step is coming, which is called actions. Attacker set up a web server with Python. After that, download VPN pivot client from compromised web server terminal by using wget. Now attacker downloaded the VPN pivot client binary for executing in the compromised Linux box for pivoting with layer 2 VPN. Layer 2 VPN, I'm sorry. In attacker side, attacker sets up a handler for reverse VPN connections to pivot with layer 2 VPN. When piracy is triggered, a VPN connection is opened between internal network and attacker. This is local IP addresses for VPN connections and remote IP addresses and ports. Okay. Last thing attacker should be done is getting IP from internal DHCP server. It's very easy. DHClient command is gonna help the attacker for getting a new IP addresses. Attacker is in completely. Attacker can scan and perform even layer 2 attacks without a proxy. He is completely in. Game over. In this lesson, we simulate an adversary tactics, tools, and procedures in order to clarify and explain cyber keychain methods. Now you can see an attack from an attacker eyes. Thank you for listening. Hello everyone, I'm Alparslan Akyıldız. In this lesson, we will discuss a case study for eliminating attack detection components. In previous video, we simulated adversary behavior on a simulation lab. Our case scenario is similar to previous. Now we talk about security devices capabilities for attacks were performed in simulation, such as command and control connections, pivoting, lateral movement detection and prevention. From this point, we will make inference about requirements of CM, ELK, Splunk, threat hunting, sandboxes, honeypots, and other components. Let's introduce the attack scenario. According to our attack scenario, adversary use OSINT techniques, DNS recon, the harvester metagofil and custom email finder and relay checker tools for collecting information, pertinent information of targets. Then APT group utilize Verb and SQL map for SQL injection attacks. As a result of the web attack, adversary exploits the SQL injection vulnerability of the custom web application and upload an obfuscated custom reverse shell, which is hidden in picture as JPEG format. Attackers exploit custom web app and use XP-CMD shell for executing arbitrary commands on database server. Adversary escalated his privilege for being root at the target server and defaced the web page with hidden iframe, and AP2 group embed their exploit kit link in the iframe for performing watering hole attack. Their exploit kits exploit the legacy Adobe, Java, and Internet Explorer softwares. Adversary don't stop and keep on attacking the target. This time too, adversary prepared malicious Word documents with Empire and weaponized the Word documents with different macro putting and antiviruses bypassing techniques. After that, malicious Word documents were delivered over SMTP servers by using email spoofing techniques by using send email program. Windows 8 box was compromised as soon as client opens malicious file document. Windows 7 box browsed the defaced web page and exploited by APT group's exploit kit. In this attack, client Java was exploited by the exploit kit because client Java version is legacy, like Java 7 update 5. Adversary performs some pivoting and lateral movement techniques by using SUX4A, port proxy, ptunnel, rpivot, VPN pivot, iodine, and DNS cap tools. Adversaries used port forwarding, ICMP tunneling, SSH tunneling, layer 2 VPN pivoting techniques. APT Group's attackers designated Windows 8 box as a SUX4A proxy for scanning internal machines and add routing rules on Windows 8 for sending remote code exploits to the Windows 7 64-bit, Windows XP, and Windows 10 boxes. After sending exploits, adversary compromised the local area network boxes successfully. By using port forwarding, adversary can reach internal web servers 21 and 8 ports over Windows 8 box and upload a reverse shell to the internal web server for gaining a reverse shell. Firewall prevent the internal web server connections to the wide area network side, and adversary used port proxy or rpivot for connecting web server over Windows 8 box to the attacker command and control. For this aim, Windows Firewall was used as port proxy. Attacker utilized ICMP-SH for hiding its network traffic in ICMP packets as Windows 8 box. Adversary used DNSCAT, the same purpose, for hiding network traffic in DNS packets. After compromised internal web server, APT Group uploaded their custom Layer 2 VPN tool to the internal web server and established a reverse VPN connection between command and control and internal web server. After that, adversary pivoted and compromised legacy intranet servers and performed data exploration activities. Okay, please look at the Excel table in the screen. Let's criticize security devices' capabilities for detection and prevention for our attack case study, which is presented before in the picture. Router devices has some capabilities like ACLs, blacklists, and whitelists at layer 4. Because of router can't inspect layer 7 traffic, a router can prevent and detect web attacks. The same way, router can prevent client-side attacks. Imagine that network admin only permit TCP 80 and 443 from internal to external. If attacker uses SSH tunnel over TCP 80 or 443 port, router can prevent or detect this. Data acceleration and prevention is mostly fail. Perhaps it may be success if admin use whitelisting, but whitelisting usage is a big problem for wide enterprise networks and cause many connection problems. Router can prevent pivoting because it's layer 2 concern in a network. Perimeter firewall serves as layer 4 level, so they can't inspect layer 7 web-based attacks. Therefore, perimeter firewall is nothing for preventing and detecting web-based attacks. At the same time, adversaries can use tunneling techniques and tunnel their traffic over well-known ports. Perimeter firewalls can't prevent and detect client-side attacks, exploits, and malicious files. Perimeter firewalls might prevent C2 command and control connections if malicious source and destination IP and ports are defined in the blacklist or a whitelist applied over the firewall, but whitelisting is not preferred in wide enterprise networks, and blacklisted can be bypassed easily with Tor or other hidden proxies networks. That means C2 connections and detection and prevention in perimeter firewall will be failed, and it can prevent and detect pivoting issues in our network. Web application firewall can prevent and detect web-based attacks, but if adversary develop an exploit for custom web app and a zero-day tool or exploits are used by adversary because of non-existence of signature on the web application firewall, attackers can bypass the web application firewall and detection prevention processes are maybe failed. Client-side attacks detection and prevention are not applicable for a web application firewall. Therefore, command and control connections and pivoting preventions are not applicable on a web application firewall. Web application firewall can be successful about acceleration prevention if the acceleration occurs over the same socket with web, but under other circumstances mostly be failed. With IPS, IDS devices, prevention of web attacks possible, but it fails when adversary attacks custom applications via custom exploits or techniques. If IPS and IDS has attack signature, they prevent to detect attack, otherwise IPS or IDS are fails. In client-side attacks, IPS, IDS can prevent and detect attacks if the attack pattern signatures are in the rule set. But if the attack is sophisticated and traffic non-visible, such as attack comes over SSH or encrypted traffic like TLS, it will be failed. Client-side detection may be failed if the unknown or zero-day techniques are used by the adversary, but at the same time can be possible detection of the attack if sensors are positioned professionally and network monitoring team are very good. C2 detection and prevention possibly be successful if the C2 addresses, command and control servers, IP addresses exist in the rule set or signatures developed against attacks but likely fail if the adversary uses proxy network like Tor or fastflux network for hiding himself. Pivot prevention not applicable with an IPS, but it may be successful for preventing hopping between different networks, but it should position in internal network at different points and it must provide inter-VLAN routing. It comes high prices and performance problems because an IPS or IDS aren't designed for routing issues. Acceleration prevention and detection may be failed if the unknown or zero-day techniques are used by the adversary, but it can be possible at the same time if sensors are positioned professionally. Adversaries' TTPs are known by the analysts and they deploy signatures to IPS and IDS systems, and network monitoring team are very good. Okay. Let's keep on next generation firewall. Next generation firewalls fails to recognize custom web apps, and they are mostly failed to prevent and detect web attacks. Even they recognize known attack types, they are insufficient for preventing web attacks. They prevent and detect client-side attacks if the device know the attack patterns of the traffic, otherwise they are failed again. They can prevent command and control connections with reputation lists and traffic patterns. They can prevent pivoting and they might detect and prevent data exploration if the device can recognize the exploration technique like SSH tunneling, DNS tunneling, but if APT groups use other unknown techniques such as exploration over Dropbox, GitHub, Twitter via steganography, next generation firewall cannot stop the exploration, even if data leakage prevention systems cannot stop too. Switch devices may be useful for preventing pivoting with VLANs and peer-to-peer encryption and authentication with network access control devices. EDR devices can prevent and detect client-side attacks, pivoting, command and control server connections, and data exploration. But what if adversary has bypass and evade tactics, EDR and antivirus systems? All of the capabilities of the EDR are failed. Forward proxies can prevent C2 connections, data exploration, and client-side attacks, but adversaries can bypass proxies. For example, an attacker can develop a code and executes with COM object and creates HTTP tunnel over hidden and continuously changed network. Prevention and detection may be failed under these conditions. Okay, what we need for completing our puzzle? We need CM such as IBM QRadar or ArcSight, or ELK, Splunk for log aggregation, honeypots and sandboxes. We can use tools such as Sysmon, Cancer Framework, Carbon Black, VMware, Google Rapid Response, Zeek, Suricata, recorded feature, alien balls. We should conduct threat hunting, incident response, and compromise assessment. Okay, thank you for listening.